That's in a good Recording. And YouTube.
You are now live on Channel 8 and YouTube.
Excellent. Good evening. The time is now 6:30 p.m. I'm Chairman Mike Curry, and I'd like to call the Select Board Business Meeting to order on this 8th day of September 2021. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Section 30A, subsection 21A1, to consider complaints and charges against the character of Scott Dill, the Select Board will reconvene in open session after the executive session. I would like to make a motion for the Select Board to enter into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law 30A, subsection 21, alpha 1.
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second.
You have to read the whole motion.
Hearing nothing
You have to
further
read
on the
the full
motion to enter into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, section 30 alpha, subsection 21A1. How do you vote, Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. We will come back for open session after the executive session. It's now 6:31.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah. Hey, Hannah.
Thank you for waiting, everybody.
You guys are all set.
We're live, we're on YouTube and streaming. We are back from executive session. Please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is over to my right, your left. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are back from executive sessions. Please rise. All right, first item on our agenda for this evening is their approval of minutes from August 25th.
Make a motion to approve the minutes of 8/25/21 with a correction.
Okay. What's the correction?
4L. Look at 4L.
Five L?
Is it 5L? No, 4K HIJKL, action RE town property use policy, move to approve the town. Who moved? Move to approve the town property use policy as presented.
5L.
Oh, 5L,
Yep.
sorry, I thought 5 was old business.
Oh, it is a double 5, that's why.
Okay, all right, yeah, 5L.
There's another correction. It's just a double number 5, Holly. Old business and new business are listed as 5. So on this one, 5L, action related to town property use, what was your amendment?
Who moved to approve the town property as presented for the chair to sign, and who seconded it? And for the board to authorize the town administrator to administer the policy and authorize the use of town property? Was there a second? Was a motion made, seconded? How did that wording come up? Who moved to approve the town property? Me?
Okay.
You?
All right, so we'll,
I forget.
we'd have to pull up either, we'll just wait.
That actually wasn't voted on, so I'll fix that for next time.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll bring them back. No,
Okay.
thank you for catching that.
Thanks. All right. And for the executive session minutes, do I have a motion for the executive session minutes for 8/25/21?
So moved.
No,
Oh, sorry.
to approve them not to be released at this time.
So I make a motion to approve the executive session minutes of 8/25/21 not to be released at this time.
Motion?
Second.
Thank you, Tim. Any further discussion on those executive session minutes not to be released? Okay, hearing none on the motion to approve the executive session minutes and not to be released for 8/25/21. How do you vote, Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you. Okay, we are up to our citizen input time. Is there anyone that wishes to come forward or speak to the owl for their citizen input?
The 60s throwback is coming up on the 19th, and then the 25th is the townwide yard sale.
Mhm.
So today I was, in
That's
honor of it, I was listening to 60s,
Yep.
dancing in the street. I wanted to play it.
That's the best citizen input ever, is singing.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Adam had given me the 9/11 remembrance. There will be a ceremony at Station 1 on 9/11.
You know, it would be really cool if.
Fire department will be having a brief ceremony starting at Station 1 promptly at 9:55 a.m. The board has been, Lieutenant Dean invited the board of selectmen. I'm sure that, what day is that? Saturday, 9:55 a.m. on Saturday, just for everyone to know for the 20th anniversary of 9/11. 10th anniversary, I was in Afghanistan, actually. So this will be interesting. I'm in my hometown for the 20th. Any other citizen input?
One quick blurb. I was going to save it for member comments, but it's noteworthy to bring it forward now. Last meeting, I had mentioned the trainings the fire department went through for the autism awareness, and we received some supporting items and equipment, and it's with it's a double-edged sword. I'm glad to say we had it and we're able to use it, and I'm also saddened to say we had it and needed to use it, but the tools were in the toolbox within 48 hours of receiving them. We put them to work.
Wow.
So it worked to our benefit, and we're very responsive, and we're trying to be very attentive to the needs of the community.
Absolutely. Taking care of this constituents.
Yep.
Public information wise, in terms of the COVID, the pandemic, we have 20 cases within town. 2 of those are with Baldwinville Nursing Home. We are at 54% vaccinated, or I believe that includes at least with one other shot. I would say that there is plenty of state programs out there. If folks are looking to get vaccinated, to get our numbers higher for that, I think the cutoff immunity or 70 is what the nation is striving for. I read today the state is still reminding people that there is at-home vaccination ability. You can sign up to receive the vaccination delivered to your home. That is a request-driven process. They are not wandering around with vaccination. They will come when called. So I know that we've got signs around town that we frequently, the emergency management will say that the vaccination is available. And we want to make sure that we remember, even though that we ended our emergency, that we are very well committed to seeing it out by providing the public information and safety resources. Any other citizen input? Okay, hearing none, let's move into new business. Tonight, Adam, we have introductions of new employees.
Mr. Chairman, Danielle Kirby will be here at our next meeting. It
Okay.
just didn't work out. I believe the treasurer collector can't make it this evening.
Okay, all
So that will be pushed off to our next meeting.
right, thank you for that. Appreciate it. And there are no appointments this evening.
There are none.
Okay, great. We are now going to open a public hearing related to the gravel permit renewal for Mr. Radigan at 50 Brooks Village Road. I would make a motion to open the public hearing for the gravel permit renewal at 7:34 p.m.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on opening the public hearing? Hearing none on the opening the public hearing for the gravel permit at 50 Brooks Village Road. How do you vote, Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes,
Tim?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. This public hearing is open at 7:34 p.m. Good evening, Mr. Radigan. How are you?
Good.
All right, so we have your application. We've got a couple other memos from planning.
planning, Concom,
Yep, planning
Concom, whatever.
and Conservation Commission and Board of Health. So we have those in front of us. How it's going to work tonight, kind of like watching Judge Judy or something like that. We'll go into you as the plaintiff, anyone that's in opposition. The board will have a chance to ask questions, really just ask questions,
Yep.
deliberate.
Yep.
I will ask for a final recommendation. That's from you, from the petitioner. We will then close the public hearing and then the board will take a vote.
I have one copy of the plan with me if you'd like to look at that.
Okay,
That's all I have left.
That the reclamation,
Yeah, we started this project.
does that include reclamation?
Yes.
Started
It's
off.
not his first rodeo on this matter.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Radigan, go ahead and you're the petitioner. Please state your case with.
Okay, we were supposed to be done this year, but due to the pandemic, Jim's my man that handles the gravel and stuff out of the pit. And what happened was with the slowdown last year, we were unable to meet demand. There was no demand for the material. So we're stuck. There is no extensions in town for 6 months, a year, either by the gravel permit, and that's it. So I approached Holly to renew the permit for another 3 years. To give us plenty of time to reclaim the area and get rid of some of the stockpiled material.
Okay.
If you drive by my house, you'll see what we already reclaimed. Front lawns put in. We seeded it. Basically, we're just gonna do some natural habitat back there for upland birds or whatever. I talked with Mass Wildlife. They said it, we did a reclamation out back and it's been great. The last gravel pit we had on my folks' property. And upland birds, rabbits.
So I'm just putting the overhead on the screen. You can see it over here, but this is basically being live streamed as well. I have the correct address, right? That's the gravel pit right there.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. And Terry's got a copy of the plans in front of her. And we can see in our packet, Holly, that all of the butters were offered the petition. Okay. And I think Town Hall received just some questions, but no one, is anyone here this evening to speak for or against the gravel permit? Okay, hearing none, it's just you. And we also have letters, like I said, from Conservation Commission, has no issues, signed by their chair. Board of Health, signed by the director. And Planning Board, signed by their chair, that they didn't have any issues for it.
George says he wants to go out again and check it out. I don't know what, if anything's changed.
I don't think that has to do with this permit. If you look at the date he put, that has to do with the back permit. My father wrote. Look at the date, George.
Oh,
put
yeah,
down.
the December 5th.
Yeah, see, so-
2007. No, it says prior to the next renewal, the commission also requests a site walk with the owner and engineer. So prior to the next renewal. And I believe the engineer is Trowbridge,
Yeah,
2011. That plan you gave us is 2012, Adam, so it's 2012.
yeah. And what's he got for a date? 2007?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
then underneath it says prior to the next renewal, so if you need to come in 3 more years.
But
he
it's
would like a site walk.
that permit, 2007, was for another lot on the property, not this lot. That's
You're
another,
saying this letter is old?
oh, yeah.
Oh,
No, the letter's not old. The date, 2007,
Hmm.
was for property that my dad owned
yeah,
on that property.
yeah, but the site walk I think he wants is for the new,
I think he wanted to do the site walk on my father's property.
oh,
Yeah, because that was next to wetlands. This isn't. This isn't next to wetlands.
oh.
Yep, that's what George was talking
We-
about.
I'd like
Probably
to
wanna
read,
get
I'd like to
clarification.
read it into record so people watching understand it. So this is to the select board members. This is from George Andrews. At this time, Conservation Commission has no issues with the renewal of the gravel pit permit for 50 Brooks Village Road. So different sentence or different paragraph. Commission members would like to see an updated progress report from the engineer hired to oversee the site plan dated December 5, 2007, originally created by M.G.L. Boucher. Prior to the next renewal, the commission also requests a site walk with the owner and the engineer. That's what the letter says.
Okay, then I get it.
Okay.
And that's Trowbridge. Is Chris Mossman, DEP, or?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's still in charge?
Yeah.
Chris?
Are there any other questions? Hey, if there are no other questions for Mr. Radigan, what would be your final recommendation?
As to,
What's your recommendation for the board pertaining to the application for renewal?
I have none. I have,
That you grant it?
Yeah.
oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I would like it. Yes,
Okay,
that's what I
all
would
right.
like.
Great, thank you.
I mean, it would make sense to maybe extend it a year, but there's no such thing. We'll keep it open for 3 years, like Holly was saying.
Yep.
You never know what can happen,
Understood.
you know? Something could break down, equipment, you never know. So,
Thank you, Mr. Radigan.
thank you.
I'd like to make the motion that we would close the public hearing related to the gravel permit renewal for Mr. Radigan at 50 Brooks Village Road.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Anything further before we close the public hearing? Okay, hearing nothing further on the motion to close the public hearing related to the gravel permit renewal for Mr. Radigan at 50 Brooks Village Road. How do you vote, Jeff,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. This public hearing is closed at 7:42 PM.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion for concerning the, where are we? Yep. I entertain a motion concerning the gravel permit renewal for Mr. Radigan.
So Mr. Chair, I make a motion to extend the renewal. Thank you. Approve the renewal of the gravel permit for Glenn Radigan as presented pending the updated bond is provided.
Second.
All right, motion in a second. Any further questions? All right, hearing none on the Terry's motion to approve the renewal of the gravel permit for Mr. Radigan as presented and pending the updated bond is provided. How do you vote, Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Now you're all set.
All right, thank
you.
Thanks, Glenn. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, sir. You have a good night.
You have my drawing? Good night.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
don't
right
lose
there.
that. Holy crow.
There's only one.
Doesn't matter which one I take next. All right, we've got presentation on wage and compensation. How long will that? Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
That should be fine, Mr. Chair.
Wage and compensation. Okay. One more, James. Mr. Jacobs,
Yes.
how are you? This is a presentation related to the wage and compensation study, and specifically, Mr. Jacobs is going to be talking about grade levels.
Great job.
There were slides within our
Thanks, Todd.
packet. Would
Have a
you,
nice
do you,
day.
would you like me to put those up on the screen?
If you can, sure, that'd
I
be
will
fine.
try my hardest.
You have the characteristic chart, this document?
Yes.
Yes, I do. Let me just, let me get those.
Don, do you think it'd be more advantageous for the chair to put up the grade level? Or
No, I think it's gonna.
are you gonna do a section by sec? Okay. You want to start with the characteristic chart? Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Come on. I don't. There we go. I think that I can do it like this. Yes, perfect. All right, let me share my screen and we'll be good to go, Don. That's where we want to start?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
perfect. right. Appreciate that. If I could, Mr. Chairman, let me just take a few minutes just to kind of go back to where last time we met on Zoom and so forth. I think when I say go back to the beginning, the purpose of this study, there's several reasons or objectives that we're looking to accomplish. First and foremost is to enable the town to comply with a law that's on the books referred to as the pay equity law. And that applies to both public and private sector employers across the Commonwealth. And what that law basically says, in order to determine how to pay positions and employees, you need to do it based on what the law calls comparable worth, quote unquote. Comparable worth basically means, as it's described or spelled out in the legislation, to determine how to pay position A more or less than position B based on basically the knowledge, ability, and skill that's required to carry out the job duties or responsibilities of the position, right, and how they compare to one another. What I think is significant about that is that you don't hear me say the word marketplace. What the law specifically says is that you need to determine comparable worth, not based on the marketplace, but basically based on what you require someone to do, or again, the knowledge, ability, and skill that someone needs to have in order to carry out their responsibilities. In order to do that, you need to be able to measure that comparable worth. You have to measure the required minimum knowledge, required minimum skill, and or ability that's required to do anything and everything that someone is asked to do. What that means in layman's terms, in practical terms, is what I outlined in the 3 objectives that I proposed to accomplish in conducting this study. So to make it very simple and very basic so everyone understands it, the first objective was to write job descriptions. The job description document becomes the basis upon which the town then describes what those minimum comparable worth requirements are. And writing an accurate job description means not only accurately describing what an employee is required to do, but again, describing what the knowledge, ability, and skill is that's required to carry out their job duties, whether it's in the job description or not, so that the purpose of the job description becomes the basis upon which then the town is able to comply with the pay equity law. So try to put that in perspective. And that initial task in writing draft job descriptions has been completed. As I think I indicated to you when we met online, that first objective involved or entailed employees filling out a questionnaire for both the employee as well as their respective department head or supervisor to comment or describe what those minimum qualifications and secondly, what the job duties are at this particular point in time when they filled out the questionnaire. Just, I guess to mention along with that is job duties come and go. They change all the time. So that this process of determining how to pay a position is not driven by market data. As you'll see, as you begin to see the full plan, what's really driving the compensation process, once again, is how we measure the comparable worth. And once again, the job description, along with other reasons, becomes the means of communicating to the employee what those minimum requirements are. All right. Once employees filled out the questionnaire and department heads had an opportunity to comment if they chose to do so, we then have written draft job descriptions, sent them back to all the employees for them to review that initial draft job description and to make comments. In fact, when we sent back the draft job description, we attached what I call a job description acknowledgement form, which is simply a way of communicating to the employee that we treat the job description like a policy document. And we need to have something in writing that says that the employee had a chance to read it, that they understand it, and they had an opportunity to comment on what they feel is an accurate job description. I use the word accurate because I just want to make sure the board understands we're not asking employees to approve job descriptions. That's not what an employee is frankly responsible for doing. We are asking them though for their input in terms of what they feel is an accurate description of, again, their knowledge, skill, and ability, as well as what they feel, where they spend the bulk of their time today. So once we receive those draft job descriptions, the second objective was to develop a grade or a classification plan. And that's what the draft you see in your packet tonight. So it's the writing of the job description that really enables us to compare positions to one another with the intent or purpose of measuring that comparable worth. And in doing so, develop a grade level structure. So basically, there is no minimum maximum number of grade levels. The check and balance that I might have said to you when we met last time really is your organizational structure. If you were to draw an org chart of the town of Templeton, in all the positions in terms of who reports to whom, from the most responsible position in the town to the least responsible, and all the positions in between. That grade level structure, that hierarchy of responsibility needs to be consistent with your organizational structure. And the reason why I mention that to you is that one of my concerns whenever I do this type of work is not only to do this study, but also to give the ability to maintain the process. And that's critically important. It's one thing to go through this process. And if I've heard it once, I've heard it a million times. And I've been doing this now for more than 20 years. And I've done more than 200 of these kinds of studies. But I hear all the time, well, we did a study back X number of years ago. I'm not sure how we're doing it today. I don't know what the study did back then, but here's where we are today, which means I'm really not sure where we are. That should never happen again. The key to making sure that doesn't happen, frankly, is to make sure that this process gets put in writing. In other words, the way we've gone about developing the overall grade level or classification plan, and ultimately the compensation plan, that whole process, from writing job descriptions, surveying the marketplace, anything and everything that we do in conducting the study, I'm going to give you in writing to you as a board, and I'm going to ask you to approve it. Once you are comfortable with the plan and you feel it's a plan you're willing to adopt, then what I would ask you to do is then to approve a set of written guidelines that I refer to as administrative policies that do nothing more than describe how the plan was developed, and secondly, how you're going to maintain the plan going forward. So just keep that in the back of your mind. That's the very, very last thing that I'm going to ask you to do. Once you're comfortable understanding the process and you're comfortable therefore approving a plan,
And the frequency.
then what I'm going to
thereof,
ask you to do is
right.
approve a set of administrative guidelines, which the town does not have today. So putting this process in writing is really, believe it or not, when it's all said and done, the key to really managing compensation effectively. Let me say that to you a different way. It's not about the money.
Right.
Although unfortunately, when people hear that word compensation, the natural reaction to that is to think about the money.
Right, that it's going to benefit somebody over somebody else,
That's
or the
that's right.
town over its employees.
Yeah,
right?
one way or the other. And I think that's an excellent point, Mr. Chairman. I think, and the key to deal with that issue is to manage compensation, and to make decisions about how to pay positions and pay employees. The key word being consistently. Consistent means you can explain it.
Right.
That's what that word really, I think.
And defend it.
Well, explaining it, yeah, and whether people agree or disagree, but the key aspect of this, and I know I said this to you when we met before, is to improve communication between the town as an employer and your employees, and then anyone else that has a vested interest relative to how positions and employees are being paid. So based on writing the job description, we've now developed an initial grade level structure. And the reason why, just to let you know, the third objective is to develop a compensation plan. And that's not what we're here to talk about this evening.
Right.
I
Understood.
intentionally, when I worked with Adam on several occasions, what I had recommended to him was to give me an opportunity to come in and meet with you and show you a grade plan without dollars and cents on it. So nothing we're talking about tonight, absolutely nothing,
Right.
is about money. There's no cost associated with what we're
Sticker
going to talk
shocks
about.
or Otherwise,
Yeah.
right, I understand.
The reason why I'm saying to you this way is that really, in a sense, if you stop and think about it, I'm really taking cost off the table.
Mhm.
If you don't feel comfortable with the plan, if it's a plan you don't want to approve, cost isn't a reason, because there is no cost. Okay, so just keep that in the back of your mind. You will get to the cost, but that's not where we're at right now in this process.
Okay.
So what we're really talking about tonight are positions. We're not talking about employees. And as we explain to employees in writing a job description, we're not trying to describe what an individual employee's qualifications might be, what their background is, how many years experience they might have, nor is it about performance in any way, shape, or form. It's 100% about the position and only the position. Okay. So what you see outlined and what's up on the board are what we've initially outlined in terms of the characteristics that describe or define each of the grade levels that I'm now recommending to you. And as you can see from the overall packet, there are now 6 grade levels that I'm initially recommending. And the key word being initially. Doesn't mean that this is the magic number or that this is what is accurate. I don't know that yet. All I'm trying to show you tonight is how I've developed these 6 grade levels. So I'm not asking for the board to vote.
Right.
Obviously, I'm asking for any questions you might have, but really it's intended to share with you the process. And ultimately, as we move on to the next step, which is the development of the compensation plan, at least you'll have an understanding of how we've initially graded or classified positions. So if you look at this characteristic chart, you can see I put in bold print what I think is the key phrase that defines each of the respective grade levels. So the first grade level, you see the phrase direct supervision in bold print. And then what as it says here, that direct supervision basically means that when you look at the job duties of a position in grade level 1, they're clear, they're detailed instructions, and it governs all the work or assignments or job duties that an employee is required to do. With routine, repetitive type of job duties. And you notice it says also no regular supervisory responsibility, but the key characteristic that describes a position in grade level 1 is that it's an entry level position. And the job duties, when you look at the job description, are routine, repetitive, very straightforward, understandable. And therefore, as it says here, the directions are very direct and specific. Grade level 2, on the other hand, it says general supervision in bold print. General supervision basically means a little bit more responsibility. All the job duties of a position in grade level 2, like grade level 1, are governed by rules, regulations, laws, et cetera. But unlike grade level 1, a position in grade level 2 has a wider range or a broader range of responsibility. But the primary, most important characteristic of grade level 2 is that whatever that employee is asked to do, as described in the job description, is governed by or described by a law, rule, regulation, or a policy. And as it says here, what we mean by general supervision is if they're asked to do something that's not governed by a rule, they need to seek further instruction or guidance from their department head. Okay?
Makes sense.
Grade level 3, on the other hand, you see the phrase general direction. Unlike general supervision, general direction means you can ask an employee to basically do anything and everything. In other words, you could ask an employee to have a job duty that's not necessarily governed by a rule or regulation. It may be something they've never been asked to do, and they have to have the knowledge and or experience, let alone ability or skill, to evaluate or analyze to determine what to do and how to do it. So as you can see from the basic description, it's again a higher level of responsibility, a broader range of job duties that would govern things to do that may or may not be governed by a law or regulation. Okay, so they're expected to know how to basically carry out all of their job duties, one way or the other, to analyze, evaluate, or figure out what they need to know in order to carry out their job duties. And what's interesting is you see the first grade level, there is no regular supervisory responsibility for any position in grade levels 1, 2, or 3. When you get to grade level 4, now is where you see the first level of supervisory responsibility. So although grade levels 1, 2, and 3 share the same requirement in terms of no supervisory responsibility, where they differ, you could describe it different ways. You could say the levels of independence or a greater level of knowledge to carry out job duties in level 3 than, let's say, in grade levels 1 or 2. Okay. So grade level 4, it says works under the administrative direction of the town administrator, or it could be a board chairman, you know, if the employee is appointed by a separate board, not the Board of Selectmen. And they're responsible for what the employees do in that particular department. And in addition to that, as it says here, they have a work leader level of supervisory responsibility. Work leader means they're required to give direction and guidance, but not to take disciplinary action. So it's a supervisory responsibility, but it's basically the first level of supervisory responsibility. It's my job to train someone or explain to someone how we do things, but if they don't carry out what I'm recommending or suggesting to them, to that employee, it's not my responsibility to take disciplinary action.
Okay.
Okay. In grade level 5 is where you see the difference. You see the same administrative direction, but the difference is in the level of supervisory responsibility. You see the word managerial level of supervisory responsibility. Managerial in this case means you're responsible not just for the employee performance, but also the department as a whole. So you're required to plan what to do, how to do it, let alone prepare a budget and so forth. But they have, again, a higher level of supervisory responsibility. In grade level 6 is, again, you see the same administrative direction phrase, or it says under the policy direction. And again, when I say Board of Selectmen, it could be another independent appointing authority if there is one, like perhaps a library board of trustees or someone. And it's the same managerial level of responsibility in terms of supervision being exercised, but the department itself is more complex. So our rating system describes different ways of measuring that complexity. And as you might imagine, one aspect of complexity is the supervisory responsibility. So the language you'd see in a job description describing the managerial level of supervisory responsibility for grade level 6 would talk about employees being dispersed all over the, not in the same location. It would describe, you never know how many employees you're going to have to supervise. The number could change instantaneously. You couldn't plan for it, i.e. a police department. An emergency occurs. Whereas if it's a storm type of emergency, you can plan for storms in advance. So a level of complexity from a supervisory standpoint where you cannot plan, you never know when it's going to happen, frankly, versus one where you can plan in advance, you can get a sense of what I mean by more complex supervisory responsibility, in addition to the number of people you supervise. So there's actually 4 ways we measure complexity relative to supervisory responsibility in this rating system. But essentially what I described for you is a level of responsibility that ranges all the way from entry level, basic levels of responsibility, all the way up to the most complex level of responsibility, where they're responsible not only for their department, but at times might be responsible for the town. So in the event of an emergency situation, a police chief would be a good example of that. A town administrator position, at least the way that the draft description has been written, describes responsibility on behalf of the selectmen overseeing all of the departments of the town, not just one department. And so what's missing, which is kind of interesting, in towns the size of Templeton, you don't always find what are basically 3 levels of supervisory responsibility. What you don't see at this point, what I haven't seen from reading the questionnaires, is what I would call a supervisor's level of supervisory responsibility. I'm just not sure yet, frankly. In other words, supervisor means you do take disciplinary action, you do hold employees accountable. I haven't seen that middle management level of supervisory responsibility. Until I get feedback, particularly from your department heads, your highway department is a good example. You have a foreman position. My question to your highway superintendent is, well, what's the level of supervisory responsibility? Do you require that employee to take disciplinary action, or is it just to give direction and guidance? And I'm not actually 100% sure at this point. So at this point, in terms of these 6 grade levels, you don't see the phrase supervisory level of supervisory responsibility, because I just haven't seen it yet. So that is basically how I've come up with initially 6 grade levels. The other chart that's in your packet that you have up on the screen is how, based on writing these job descriptions, I've initially recommended them to be classified or assigned to a grade level.
This is.
And so what I would ask the board to do tonight,
Or draft.
yeah, this is definitely a draft, no
Okay.
question about it. What I would ask you to do is take this back now that you have at least some understanding of the characteristics that define each of these 6 levels.
Yep.
And then frankly, give you the opportunity then to raise any questions about a particular position, or for that matter, you may not agree that there are 6 levels of supervisory. You might feel, in your opinion, there's that supervisory role from a management standpoint that I just haven't been able to identify at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely think you'll get some feedback.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, the more feedback we get, the better. I always like to say, there's no such thing as a bad question.
How do you want that feedback? How do you want that feedback to flow? Do you want to collect it?
They will,
Do you want direct communication?
they could email me and I could forward it off to
Okay.
Don, or reply all to Don. Not reply all to the board, but
Right.
just the individual person asking the question. I'll reply all and include Don.
Yeah,
on
I
it.
mean, the way I would answer that question, Mr. Chair, I say the same thing to employees. It's whatever way you're comfortable.
He's our conduit. He's our.
And if you're comfortable doing that, by all means, I certainly would
Contract
encourage it.
holder.
It makes it easier, obviously, to, but having said that, what I've said to employees, and I'd say the same thing to you, if you want to contact me directly, individually, that's fine. Whatever information, it's 100% up to you.
Okay.
Adam knows how to get in touch with me. So I only offer that if that's something you're comfortable, whatever way you're comfortable
Sure.
communicating back. So between now and the next time I come back to the board, I will have finished collecting the market data. And I'll use both market data as well as rate of pay of your employees and their years of service in the position to enable me to present to you what I would describe as a competitive, quote unquote, compensation plan.
Okay.
And as I said, in the goals, objectives that we talked about, my objective in developing a compensation plan is to develop a plan that's competitive, quote unquote, both internally as well as externally. Once that plan is improved, by the board tentatively, you will have approved basically grade levels and salary ranges. That's the basic plan. With that plan in place, then you're in a position to talk about paying employees, both to hire them as well as to retain them, but not until then. Okay, so that's the whole study, basically. We'll get to the employee part, but not until really basically you're comfortable with an initial process, basically to pay positions. Then we'll look at the employee aspect of it.
Adam, are you comfortable with that method rather than I mean, the board can offer comments by either putting it on another agenda item, and I'm not sure of the timing. That would slow it down a bit, or you wind up taking comments and otherwise synthesizing those or forwarding as they come. That way Dawn's able to kind of look and say, here's some consensus items, or here's some things I should probably, here's one thing that all 5 of them said. So maybe we could do it like that.
Whatever communication I get back, again, very similar to an employee. My job is really to facilitate the communication process. I'll bring those comments back to you, no matter
So,
where they
Dawn,
come
we
from.
used to do a different meeting in this forum called workshops, where we would actually
Yeah.
not do motions or anything. We don't do it anymore. It doesn't mean that we can't do that. It's just we don't have specific meetings where we just sit around the table and talk about stuff. Normally our meetings now are motions or otherwise, but we wind up having discussion. That's the only reason I wanted
Yeah,
to ask
that's
to
a
get
very
the
good
board,
point.
No, we want to deliberate this, or we want to, talk through this in.
Well, that's something you might want to think about once you have a complete plan in front of you.
Yeah, you're right. That's why I think the better one is to basically capture comments or otherwise based on what Dawn presented tonight, and then we can, like, Dawn can synthesize that.
Now, just from my point of clarification, because I'm getting to know the town of Templeton very well, but I don't claim to know it as well as you do. When I referenced other appointing authorities, are there other appointing? I just want to make sure I understand.
There are, like the deputy assessor reports to the
Sewer
Board of
commission.
Assessors, the sewer superintendent
Yeah,
reports to the sewer commissioners.
Okay.
You're going to get some pretty good feedback. I think.
Yeah,
That's
there
gonna
is,
help you
again, I
out.
wanted to just raise that issue. As much as obviously I'm here working for the Board of Selectmen, we want to make sure that we communicate to those other
Absolutely.
appointing authorities. So when it's all said and
They're all
done,
watching at home, throwing stuff at the television.
Great.
anyway.
and if you don't think the unions are watching us, think again. We want them to watch. We want them to know what we're doing. And I say that to you because I guess the last thing I just wanted to share with you, when this is all said and done, really what I'm saying to you tonight is there should be one way to pay positions, one process. Right now, you're doing it probably in 3 or 4 different ways. Ultimately, what we're talking about doing here, and we're talking about specifically non-union positions, but the same process, once the board's comfortable with it, should be used for any and all positions. It makes no difference whether they're in a bargaining group or not. And I've met with your
Definitely.
dispatchers, I've met with some of your DPW folks. So whether they're organized in a bargaining group or not, for purposes of this, for compensation purposes, it doesn't make any difference. Now, you have some real advantages, frankly. The fact that you have your public safety positions in different plans is a real advantage. Most towns don't do that, frankly, and that's a real big mistake. To try to compare public safety positions to non-public safety positions. Again, when you think of it from a comparable worth standpoint, it just doesn't make any sense, frankly. But yet, when you look at a typical plan in the city of Gardner or wherever, you'll see one big plan. It's not unusual to see that. Here, you don't have that, which is good. It makes it easier for the town, but it also makes it easier for the employees to understand. Right. But again, for the purposes of the audience and people understand, this study is specific to the non-union positions. But again, the same process. We're writing job descriptions for all the positions, whether it be in the police department, fire department, dispatchers, public works, and so on. It's the same formatted document. It'll read differently, as it should, but the format is exactly the same. Okay. So, and I only say that to you because of the way things are being done today. And they're being done in lots of different ways. What I'm saying to you is ultimately, once the board's comfortable with this process, it's a process you'll use for all positions in the town. And by doing that,
Nice.
frankly, it's a lot easier to manage.
Yeah.
So really, when it's all said and done, my objective is to get you to the point where the issue really that you have to really focus on is what's the best way to spend the money. That's not part of the study.
Right.
This study is developing a way to compare positions and employees and do it consistently. And secondly, do it competitively.
Right.
Right. Once you've done that, so I will give you a chart that'll show you every single employee that's in the study and whether or not, based on the 3 criteria I already mentioned, today, are they being paid competitively or not? Yes or no? And if so, why not? Or how much? And then you'll be able to sit back and decide, where do you want to go from here? And that's really the very, very end of the study. And that's it. So from a time frame standpoint, with Holly's help, we're collecting market data right now. Once I've got that market data together, and any feedback I get from you, as well as all the other employees. And remember, I'm still getting feedback from some of your employees.
Yep.
I haven't heard from everybody yet. I've heard from many of them, a good number of them, but not all of them. Right?
Okay.
That's
We
an
need to hear
insight.
from all of them, with no exceptions. And then I'll be able to bring up a complete plan back to you, roughly, within by the end of this month, we should have it completed.
Wow.
And
So
we'll come
get
back
our-
to you and show it to
Get
you.
our feedback to you.
Yeah, and I'm
Not the
obviously aware of,
monetary part, this part, but not the monetary part.
well, no, you'll have the whole plan.
We'll be able to
Including the
take
dollars
Adam
and
through
cent
to
costs.
retirement.
But remember, it's not about the employee.
Okay.
It's about his position.
Yeah.
It's not about Adam personally.
Yeah, right.
Not yet.
Well, is that included in how to take people through to retirement?
I'm sorry?
Is that actually included on how to take people through to retirement? Do we have anything in?
It's not part of this particular study, but I mean, that's certainly a personnel issue or question. The other way, at least from this purpose of this study, the way I would probably phrase the question is, well, what's the objective in paying people more money?
Mm.
As I said, basically it's to retain them. But, from a practical standpoint, there's lots of ways to pay people more money. The way you've been doing it in the past is not the way I'm going to recommend you continue to do it, where everybody gets the same percentage across the board. For the simple reason, I just don't feel that's the most equitable or fair way to do it. You can do it, and you've been doing it. It's not say it's wrong. All I would suggest is, I think there are more effective ways to pay people more money.
Don, we didn't even have an evaluation system, years
Right.
ago,
Well,
so
obviously, that's another way.
we're getting there. And
Yeah.
This is huge for us, so definitely.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, Mr. Tim. So really, when this study is done, you'll be at that point where now we can talk about paying employees, both again, to hire them as well as to retain them. But now you'll know whether they're being paid competitively or not, which you haven't really had a consistent way of defining up until now. Now you'll know it, and they'll know it too,
Very good.
whether they want to know it or not.
We'll get you some feedback. Jeff didn't have any questions. Tim didn't have any questions.
No, that's it. Thank you very
I
much.
like
Thank you
the
so much, Don. I
highlighted-
really
Thank you.
appreciate you coming down.
The way you put this, I like the way you set it out with the highlights of certain vocabulary, direct supervision, general supervision. It's very.
Thank you.
good
I
read,
believe me, I really
very
do
well
appreciate that.
organized, Streamlined.
The first 10 years, I never used to do that. And it always used to bother me. I was always trying to find a better way to communicate
Yeah.
what this is all about. And
With the
it took a
bullets.
while, but
Good.
eventually. All
Wonderful job.
right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Look forward to
Don.
seeing you.
Thank
Drive
you.
safe.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Our next agenda item, Jeff will be back in just 1 second. James, we're ready for you. I've got your slides.
Hi,
How are you?
Hey, welcome back.
doing okay,
Talking to a lot of people. So we have two.
apparently, huh?
Yeah.
Sure. So we can start off by, I'd like to continue the conversation about donating a public ice rink for the town of Templeton. Next slide, please. It's all white. I did something more fun. It's
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
When they copy it through, it gets,
I know
yeah.
she used Gansett blue.
Hey. there we go.
Gansett blue.
So our
Could be,
packets have
sure.
the right color. Yeah.
So again, to reiterate, I'm looking for feedback on if the town would accept a ice rink at little to no cost to the town. Hopefully little to no cost to the town, to be put and taken down wherever you want for the 21-22 winter season. Could you actually make that just a little bit larger? Awesome, thank you. And my vision is for a giant ice rink, 32 by 200. For reference, I think an NHL rink is 70 by 200. I have it later in the slides for reference. And that you could have some sort of event surrounding this ice rink. Slide, please. So an update on approvals and support and whatnot. So I talked to the rec commission, I talked to the fire department, I talked to DPW and Jackie. Talked to Jackie as well. And everybody says it's a great idea. Just dot your i's and cross your t's. We have no idea where you're going to put it, but it sounds like a great idea. Thank you. I met with the rec commission the other week and they said, yes, we would recommend suggesting the approval to the select board, but we have no idea where you're going to put it either.
Okay.
So as I noted, they provide little guidance on where to put it. And I had the intent of donating 100 ice skates as well. And they decided not to accept that due to logistical challenges.
Okay.
Next slide. This is the what I believe is the current status of the site selection. I believe you, Mr. Mike, took some homework to have a decision tree put together. So this may or may not align with that, and I apologize.
It
Well, I
does
hope
align
does.
with it. I just,
Oh,
the
fantastic.
bullets that you have, I know that on our packet slides, they come up in red, the concerns. Were the concerns part of that conversation or?
So if I
Jackie,
may.
Feel free to throw it out there.
The select board and the rec commission need to have a better forum for communication between the
Okay.
two of you. The rec commission said, we're not putting it at Gilman Waite, specifically the tennis courts. Select board said, no, it's a great idea to put it there. Furthermore, the rec commission said, we shouldn't put it at Gilman Waite, we should put it in the center of town. The subsequent meeting with the select board said, no, we shouldn't put it in the center of town. We should put it at Gilman Waite. Then I went back to the rec commission. You know what? They said, too bad. We're not putting it at Gilman Waite. We're putting it at the center of town. So I
Okay.
really appreciate
Okay.
better communication between the two groups.
So,
Houghton Park
So-
was,
Houghton Park, whoop, let me tell you, I'm sorry. Let me take a step back. So the Houghton Park's the center of Otter River. That was, I don't want to say it was generally promoted. It was more, yes, we could put it there. There really wasn't, my impression was one way or the other. The second one of Templeton Center, they thought it was a fantastic place, put it in front of the fire department. The concerns from the select board were the distracting town feel and some parking, I believe. Yep. And then Gilman Waite, the tennis courts, the rec commission said, we really don't want it here to damage the surface. They had also mentioned, hold on. They had also mentioned, I actually agree with them, but for a different reason.
okay.
And then they also provided concerns about access to emergency services, cell service, and the court surface. So I don't know if this team has been up to Gilman Waite recently. I went there, I think it was Sunday, and just to actually see it because it's been a while. I didn't have any problems with cell service. Of course, I have AT&T, but there may be other providers that don't provide such, so I'm not certain where that feedback came from. But again, that is some of the feedback. And then again, access to emergency services. I was frustrated with that comment since the field is there for the town decided to build the playground there, as well as retrofitting, I guess, for the soccer fields.
Yeah.
It also looks like you
All
put some
kinds of
time
sports programs have
to
occurred.
the
Yeah.
baseball field as well. So I feel as though whatever concern that was, it's already been discussed and either accepted or addressed outside of the ice rink topic. So some other things so the small print is the small print.
Yeah.
But
Can I
in
offer you
general-
some feedback on Gilman Waite?
as long as I say one more thing, I was up there, my initial intent was the tennis courts. I do not think that is a good spot. Because yes, it is a solid surface, which would be nice, but it's also sloped. And so the water is gonna fall off. Now I could build up that corner, sure. But it was a little entertaining that there's already a hockey net set up on the tennis courts for deck hockey.
Wasn't
and
there when I saw it.
So this was on Sunday.
Yep.
Sunday morning-ish.
Okay.
And then the other tennis court had portable basketball hoops on it. So it's not being used, which I thought was entertaining that they're now concerned about the surface. But
It's a horrible surface. It's cracked. There are no,
it's fine.
yeah, I mean, it's sloped. I wasn't aware of that, but
It
that
pitches,
surface,
it pitches
you
to
would
the
have had to
back.
improve that surface anyway, if you were going to use it for tennis courts, because it's atrocious. It's not, it's a flat surface, and I'm sure it's being used for great pickup hockey, hockey or otherwise. But the bollards or the net bollards you would need 4 there, and I believe there's 1. So,
I think I also saw the same thing.
yeah. So that's a bummer about it being sloped.
It's not the end of the world. I mean, I could just put a few extra boards on the back corner. That's, I mean, with what I did in the backyard last winter is the same thing.
Yeah.
I flooded it once and it was spilled over the back corner. So I had to build it up and then flood it again, and then it was fine. So I could do the same process if that's what the select board chooses, but I would offer, I would almost offer against so I'm going to stop there because you make the decisions, not me.
Okay.
And then I'll provide you with feedback. Next slide, please. I think there might be 2 more. So this is just for a FYI.
Yeah, understood.
Trying to be transparent
Yeah,
about
we had
things.
talked the first time that we met.
The size of the ice rink, of course, this is an NHL rink. I'm hoping for a 32 by 200, but it doesn't have to be. It's whatever the site and the town wants, I suppose. And then, of course, the tennis courts, these are approximations, of course. I believe your tennis courts are about that size. And then the basketball court, which happens to be right next to it, would be about half of that size. And so the last one. So again, would the town like to accept the donation of an ice rink? And where would you like me to put it?
If I start, I thought the ice skate, I'm sorry, the tennis court, I thought was an ideal location for parking. Notoriety, say ice skating rink at Gilman Waite.
I want to challenge that only to say Gilman Waite is an excellent site, not necessarily the tennis courts at Gilman Waite. So that was going to be the other feedback of Houghton Park. It's a great area, but
Been there too,
it
yeah.
looks as though the town has decided to ignore it and to put their
The
focus
town
at Gilman Waite.
from an upkeep perspective is not ignoring it. There is some old antiquated, maybe, playground equipment that the type that we would have played on is still there, that you're gonna need.
I did as well.
That you're gonna need a tetanus shot for, but I talked with the DPW or Buildings and Grounds when I went to go look at it. It's just not being used. People aren't incentivized to go there. The ball field doesn't look like it's in.
It's all brought over.
Right, exactly. The gazebo,
It's a little
we'll be
sad.
talking about the gazebo a little bit later tonight. But it is definitely a canvas on which painting is desired, to have it being used.
So taking that one step further, my suggestion, if I may, I can put it at Gilman Waite. That was my initial suggestion. I could put it on the tennis courts. I'd have to build up that back corner. it would be a trial and error thing.
Yeah.
There's also this wonderful grassy area right next to the tennis courts that is not used. It's where the handball, tetherball. Thank you. There's a tetherball right there, and it's a giant.
Would you have to remove the?
No.
Okay.
Oh no, and it doesn't impact either one of the two baseball fields either. So I mean, it's flat, it's ginormous, and if you really want me to put it on the tennis courts, I mean, granted, there's some feedback, some pushback from the rec commission, but I could. But to make the rec commission happy, and it's right next to the tennis court, still at the same site, it's not impacting either of the baseball fields and whatnot. If you can get that close. So that, yeah, they're in the bottom right. So right, there you go. So at the, if you look at the bottom right of that corner, that's where the tether ball is. Yes, that is the site that I'm suggesting. As you know, 10 feet up from that, if you go over 30 feet now, you could likely fit the whole 200.
Yeah.
Going up to that, what is that, left field to right field, if you will, of that baseball diamond. Houghton Park, the same area is available. It would likely go away from the former building site instead of parallel, perpendicular. There we go. It would go perpendicular to the footprint of the building instead of parallel to the building. It could go parallel if you wanted to push it into the defunct baseball diamond. But in either case, I think either of those two sites would work out just fine. I'd also considered the actual footprint of the building, but that seems a little sloped. So I would still suggest either Gilman Waite or Houghton Park, but in the field. If you really wanted me to put it in the tennis courts, I could do that. Again, I just have to build it up. And what would be the reason to put it on the tennis courts? I think based on the previous conversation, it had a fence out of the door. So not sure what the advantage there would be.
So we want to, I think that if we can get consensus that we want to accept the gift based on the rec commission's recommendations and a lot of the feedback that you've received, right, Jackie? To pick the right place is, you know, feeling very Shakespearean tonight, right? That is the question. Okay, the right place, that is the question. Is it going to be a tennis court? Is it going to be adjacent to the tetherball? Is it going to be a site located at Houghton Park? Who's the right person to basically, if we authorize it tonight, to say between Gilman Waite and that quadrant of Gilman Waite and Houghton Park? I don't like the idea of the common. I'm not sure what the rest of the board feels. I don't like the common.
So to go on the other side of this is you'd have to advertise it, right? You'd have to tell the
Yep.
school, you'd have to tell the town, you'd have to tell
Don't
all
have
these-
enough space there.
The other side of it is if it's in the center, everybody sees it. It's in the center. It belongs in the center.
Yeah.
But I don't make the decisions and I'll put it wherever you want.
I don't know if you can sell me on that.
So I have a couple of things running around in my head when we were talking about Heroes Park. It was brought up, what does Otter River have? You know, it'd be nice to see Otter River get some attention because it's been neglected. So that's one opinion I have. The second one is, I honestly do think that a rural community with a skating rink in the heart of the town is wonderful. I think that's a beautiful thing, you know, it just speaks to what I picture as Templeton, you know, kids skating on a rink in the center of town. I tend to think of equal access too for the kids. Too bad we couldn't put two, you know, so kids could walk from the, you know, the neighborhood. Kids walk to it.
I think that historically, like 50 years ago, that's where the ice rink used to be. I have it from an unofficial source that they would flood the Templeton Center basketball courts that were in front of and back of the school.
Out here, this is a nice congested area, you know, thickly settled, is that the word? Or thickly settled with children? 'Cause that's the idea, is being able to give kids something to do.
So site selection, I mean, I would like to accept the gift. I'd like to, you know, we've got the insurance coming in and the conditions that we go along with that. We're almost there. We just have to say where we, hang on, James. We just have to say where it's going. And we can debate about all of the different terrain features tonight or otherwise, or we can say, you know, pending the site selection as determined by the DPW director. Who's the right person to make that determination in working with Mr. Engstrom to say, hey, this, you know, the town said we could do this. Here is the best place for it. Or here are the no-go places. If I wind up saying that the Templeton Center site is a no-go, or we offer them, we offer the 3 different locations to Bob Sozik to say, what is the best place to put this?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
my suggestion would be for the board to authorize the acceptance of the donation, in-kind donation to the town, and to designate the community services director to work with Mr. Enstrom on the placement at a park in town, subject to our insurance underwriter signing off. That would be my suggestion on it. I'm kind of,
Since we have a little time, could we have 3 different sites possibly and do a survey? You know, poll people?
through the chair,
Mr. Mike,
Go ahead.
you had homework to do a decision tree, correct?
I had,
What was-
I think we used the word matrix.
What
Yeah,
was the
yeah.
outcome of said matrix?
In terms of,
What site did the matrix say was the right place?
I don't have that. I did not achieve a matrix that said, here is the best thing possible. I was relying on the people that were watching, that the rec commission was going to make determinations. I can't, you know, I don't have a matrix to show you what is the benefits of each site. What I had in front of me was recommendations and some limitations that were offered. So that's what I got.
My recommendations.
Okay. Yeah.
That's
Well,
okay.
and that's why I asked questions about them.
It's okay.
So we definitely agree that we want it.
Yeah.
To accept it tonight, and just.
Thank you.
Logistics is the,
So I'm almost there. I have everything for us. I just have to incorporate that. Could you say this part about community services?
so the board would designate the community services director to designate such location of ice rink at either Houghton Park or Gilman Way. Because I believe those are the 2 that were narrowed down to.
Or Templeton Center. I was still there. Mike didn't like it, but
I
Terry
like-
did.
See, I like I like you, when we have a motion, we use the word park. I think that puts a nice restriction for me. I'm not sure what the rest of you think, but when we say park, we have Houghton
like
Park, we
library.
have Gilman Way Park. And therefore, it doesn't become a consideration for Templeton Center. That's just, I mean, I'll vote on it if you guys overrule and say, no, Templeton Center is the best place for it possibly.
Well, again, as I stated previously at the last meeting, Templeton Center would be a great place to have it, in my mind. Snow, you know, kids in the center.
Oh, yeah,
and
I
all
picture the
this
Peanuts
from-
Christmas. I
That's
got-
from like,
Done.
like yesteryear. However,
Oh, that's
realistically,
You're killing me, Jeff.
one of the 2 fields for parking and just to get an inkling of how it's gonna go, because it sounds cool and everybody, I know, it's like volunteering for something. Everybody always jumps on it, this and that. What happened to the Mr. Snow thing that we had at the Common for a few years. We had a parade and this and that. And it's kind of, yeah, you remember, Holly, and it's kind of fizzled out a little bit. At first few years, I mean, it started off like a bang and it was a really good thing for the center of town. And I think maybe people who were volunteering, went here, there, and it just kind of fizzled out.
Keep in mind, it's two different things, right? One is
Well, no,
the
but
volunteering, the other was the parking, correct? I think that the parking has been addressed already with the Templeton Arts and Crafts Fair that you do every year. You also have the bandstand with concerts. They're going to be the same parking challenges already exist.
So they're increased because of snow. If you have a lot of snow, the
Fair enough.
roads get a little narrower. I know we're working on the snow removal at the schools, and that's, was it second winter? That's a evolving process to get that smoothed out, but that's, that's just how that's all I'm thinking about that. The snow, it narrows the streets, and maybe we don't get any snow and it's cold, or it's cold, we get a ton of snow. I'm just thinking of, as again, it makes a lot of sense. Templeton Center, snow, this, that, everything. It's a nice scenario to think about. I go back to when I was a little guy. But I'm still for parking and all of this. Gilman is my first choice, and Houghton would be a second. If I got to flip a coin right now, I'll flip it and do it. But I don't
Not
know.
to
I know we
beat
don't
the
want to
dead
kick this can
horse,
down the road, too
but
long.
you at the previous meeting, you said it's the first year. Just put it somewhere and see what happens. Paraphrasing, I
Got
apologize.
public safety to consider. When
Was-
you say it like that, I don't want to gamble with all kinds of things that we haven't considered, like the massive amount of snow. We had trucks worth of snow coming out of Templeton Center area. Just to haphazardly say, let's find out how it happens. If we can control some items and delegate and really entrust the people that that have been really endemically, I didn't make your matrix. I'm sorry for that. Okay.
You had
But-
one thing to do.
Oh, believe me, I was driving all around town. So you got your money's worth there. So to entrust the people that can make these decisions to consider public safety and otherwise, to not just haphazardly throw it out there. I know you didn't use the word haphazardly, but that's what I heard.
It's okay.
Okay.
And
So
I
taking
had
that
a-
one step further, taking
If I
what
can.
Adam said and what you're proposing, that I guess Adam and Jackie make the decision. Do they get overruled? If Adam says, you know what,
We can put it in the motion.
you might not have known about this park that the town had, but you know what? It's a park and it's zoned this way, so this is even better.
Hmm.
Or do they need, or does it need to be limited to Houghton and Gilman? Or will there be one additional step?
This board's going to give direction, or at least I would prepare a motion that would allow some flexibility to do that, but we would give some direction to say kind of exactly the way Jeff was framing it. So without further ado, I would move to accept the total gift of an ice rink and related material from Mr. James Engstrom. Receipt of this gift is pending oversight of the Recreation Commission or assigned commission, and use of town property, location determined by Community Services Director, prioritized choice of Gilman Waite, Houghton Park, or Templeton Center Common. Receipt and construction of this gift is also pending the final town assurance assessment and conditions thereof.
Very wordy.
Send me that in writing.
Oh, with my
It's gonna get
arrows and
longer, so
subscript.
should I say so moved, but it's gonna get longer, right?
Well,
This
I made the motion.
So moved.
I-
And then discussion.
Okay, so you so moved.
Second.
There's a second. Okay, discussion.
So should the motion include installation and removal dates in the storing of materials?
That'd be an
All
op.
done in one motion.
I'm
I'll
pretty sure
put
they
it up
figured
whenever
out
you
when it's
want.
cold and when it's not cold. Appreciate
know
that.
that-
I don't mean to make light of that. I just, in terms of what I want to be able to authorize today is the acceptance of the gift.
Okay.
And then Jackie takes it away and says, you know, she's got a sixth sense for when to get farmer's market out there and other things. So I just want to give her the authority to go choose a location, make it happen. What other?
That's just
Oh,
us
okay.
two. Installation and removal and storing of
I-
materials.
So I would,
Storing of materials for next season, that's. I still have all
so I'm
the
gonna
swimming
amend my,
stuff
I'm
in
gonna
my
amend
bulkhead.
your motion for the 21, 22.
22,
for
23.
the-
No, for the next.
Yes, this year is 21,
21,
next year is 22.
And
Right.
2020. 21,
21,
winter
22.
season.
21, 22 winter season.
Oh, got it.
and then The storage would be 22.
So I amend my motion. The first sentence would be, I move to accept the total gift of an ice rink and related material from Mr. James Engstrom for the 2021/22 winter season.
So moved.
There's the amendment.
Second.
Second, any further discussion? All right, hearing no more discussion on the motion to accept the total gift of an ice rink and related material from Mr. James Engstrom for the 2021-22 winter season. Recipient of this gift is pending oversight of the Recreation Commission and use of town property, and approved use of town property. Location determined by Community Services Director, prioritized by choice of Gilman Waite, Houghton Park, or Templeton Center Common. Receipt and construction of this gift is also pending final town insurance assessment and conditions thereof. How do you vote, Jeff?
Sure, why not?
Terry?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well.
Congratulations.
Approved. Thank you
Congratulations.
for the gift.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Ms.
James.
Crime, eyes are on you now.
What size skates do you wear? I can get them all.
That's okay. Librarian can handle it.
Oh, you don't? Happy smile is priceless. Yeah, right? Holly, I saw that.
High five for the camera. Nice job.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie.
Can I keep my draft motion? So it's not gonna be after?
Bye.
Thank you, sir. Huh?
Fire department, didn't check if to stay for the.
I'll get a copy after.
Okay. Okay. All right, 8:43. I'll do it with your phone.
Yeah, right.
All right. We still got everyone. Okay, next item is action related to the donation of trees, shrubs, and plants for the senior center.
Oh, that was Jackie. She just said.
Is she presenting?
I'll take this one. I
Okay.
mean, this is basically a donation of shrubs and other plants for the front of the senior center.
A shrubbery.
And
I'm sorry.
so there's some folks that Elaine and Kevin Jones on behalf of the foundation donated 3 bushes and other plants to be planted in the area in the front of the center. Carolyn Touchette, I believe I said that correctly, donated plants and shrubs worth approximately $1,000 to be planted in the area in front of the center. So the board would need to authorize said donations in accordance with state law. And they could go.
The
Proceed.
donation is being made on behalf of part of a Hero Foundation. Is that, maybe I should wait. Do you know if that's a, like a tax exempt? You know, what kind of organization is that?
I would assume so.
Bad to assume.
But you could accept a
But if they're-
donation
if
subject
they're
to a
giving it,
50.
like from this foundation, that the money's not coming from Elaine and Kevin Jones, they're acting on behalf of part of a Hero
And
Foundation.
the reason why I say that is because they're donating plants to be planted in the front of it. It's not like it's from how I read this, it's not like they're giving the town a monetary donation.
And do they, and is that part, is the landscaping part of that? Or is it, they drop off a bunch of, And then our
How I
buildings-
understand is they're
buildings and
dropping off the
grounds.
plants and then the volunteers are putting them in.
volunteers, got it? Justice. May I ask a huge favor? Can you look out the door and see if Jackie's in the hallway?
I think she probably already left at this point.
She left, okay.
You could put into the
She was so
motions.
happy about the ice rink, Sheila. What's up?
Ryan Patrick Jones, Westminster, Mass.
Volunteers.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
So in the motion, move to accept the donation, subject to confirmation of the foundation being within law.
Okay. Pending confirmation. Foundation status.
To be in accordance with state law.
Okay, so I would make a motion to accept the donation of trees, shrubs, and plants for the senior center in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, subsection 53 alpha as presented and pending confirmation of foundation status of Heart of a Hero.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. On the motion to accept the gift, a donation of trees, shrubs, and plants for the senior center in accordance with Mass General Law 44, subsection 53 alpha is presented and pending confirmation of the foundation status of Heart of a Hero. How do you vote, Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay. Next item is action related to the Hope Park gazebo roof replacement donation. Adam, do you have that?
I do. Bob Sozik was working with John Driscoll at the Light and Water, and they're interested in donating for a roof replacement to be at the Houghton Parks gazebo, and this would be for an amount of roughly $5,400 worth of work to get that gazebo up to some standards where, because if you go over there now, you can see the roof's in relatively tough shape and it does definitely need work.
So it's either fix it or tear it down.
It's getting to that point where if nothing gets done, it'll start
Or
rotting.
taped off, like some of the 1970s playground equipment is taped.
And I don't want to put a tarp on top of there. Just,
I love the fact that, you know,
I like it.
that Light and Water, is it, that's where it's coming from, Light and Water?
Light and Water reached out and Bob forwarded this over to me, and because this would be something, an improvement and to the town, I brought it to the board for acceptance.
Should tell them about some of the stuff we have at the old Wait.
Senior center.
Fencing.
Senior center.
I'm kidding. Yeah, if I saw in the email thread that's in our packet that, you know, they said, sure, just send us the invoice. You know, you can order it from Burke and Sons. I believe the quote is in here. Yeah.
The quote is in there.
And that's a local business. Burke and Sons Contracting, yep. Licensed. It's got their license on there. Okay. Any questions for Adam on the on the gift from Light and Water?
I just have two technical things. The agenda says it's a donation. And again, it's a town department. And I'm trying to wrap my head around when I go to sign the weekly warrants to pay town bills, which this will be in there. How you justify something coming out of a light budget expense item to pay for a town building repair. This is in the last, it was in the 2009 financial review, and it was in the latest one about establishing a formal pilot where town meeting would transfer money from either by formula or agreement. The recommendation is by a formula, but same as the end of the year transfers. You can't do end of the year transfers unless only town meeting can move money from light to some other place. And the last time that town meeting did it was in 2013 to appropriate a sum of money from the surplus funds of the operating account for municipal lighting plant to be used by the assessors to reduce the tax rate, and it was in the amount of 150,000. If they want to, and we're not, that's, other towns with municipal light departments do that same thing. They have a town meeting article where excess revenue, leftover money at the, or the light department, the commissioners, boom, to the town, and town meeting accepts it. I know I'm in the minority on this, and, or I'm most likely I am, and that's it. But that's my point on this. It's just that. It's technicality stuff, and
I would like to
that's
see
my
a,
issue with it.
I would like to
That's my
see a,
2 cents.
I would like to see a formal pilot too. I did reach out over there and hopefully we'll get one soon.
Well,
Again,
if there's errors with mechanics of this, we can table the decision of this until we can, make sure that the right mechanism is there for this repair to a town structure as paid by another department.
Well, how I'm interpreting what Select Board Member Bennett's saying is he wants to see an article go in front of town meeting for the transfer of X amount of dollars into, the general operating budget is how I'm interpreting what he's saying. And I tried that approach. The commissioners, from what I gathered, were reluctant to do that. They want to continue in the fashion that we've been proceeding in.
Yep.
I could certainly reach out again and try to have that
No, I
dialogue.
wouldn't say that. I would say, if I don't know enough of it to fully understand the roots and otherwise of why it's difficult to try and transfer between these things. I'm reluctant to change language to just, gloss over it. What I would say is, if there's a legal determination that we can seek, not just going and saying, hey, Light and Water Commission, this is how we want to approve it. How are we supposed to, given the considerations that Jeff just voiced, if we can figure this stuff out? If it comes back with an opinion where we're going through it by the right process, or it's the process that Jeff just described. I don't want to just accept it because it's, I love the idea that they want to help out and do that. Let's do it correctly.
Right. And as a pilot, would that be written in a policy so that every year we would have a certain amount?
It would be subject to a formal agreement between both parties. That's the challenge. I would like to see a formal agreement. However, I'm one of the parties that would have to sign, obviously with the board authorization, to have the Light and Water Commissioners then with Mr. Driscoll agree to such formal agreement. But at the same time, I don't want us to potentially lose an opportunity to improve one of our parks Because if we're getting caught up on that,
Yeah.
and I don't disagree with
Yeah.
what Select Board Member Bennett's saying, but in the meantime, I don't want us to. The roof needs repair there. It needs to get fixed.
Yeah. This is. a
But I
concern
do
that Jeff
agree
has
that-
On a lot of these things. So if we wind up putting it to bed because we check it for legal sufficiency, right? That process. It's low risk because we're not talking about $150,000 donation to fix Main Street Bridge. We're talking about replacing a gazebo roof on a park that, at least from my queries, is not used as much as other parks. So it's low risk to delay the acceptance of a donation, a gift or otherwise, so that we sufficiently understand the relationship with Light and Water to make sure that we're accepting these gifts correctly. You know, if it comes back and, in any sense of the word, if it comes back and the legal opinion is that we consume and Jeff consumes to say, I knew you're gonna say that, I'm not comfortable with it, but at least we have the right people looking at it rather than, like you said, denying it because of our perception on just Jeff's research alone. Hopefully I explained that well enough.
Well, I got your point. I'm just.
Okay.
So I would just say the board can then just accept the materials and work related to the roof replacement in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, as presented. Similar to what you did with the, not too long ago with the vehicle. I think you did a more of a transfer, if I
Yeah,
remember
I think
correctly.
you're missing Jeff's point though. One town entity moving funds to another.
Yeah, the work, the
Um,
transfer.
I thought you were going another route. I thought you were gonna say, we're giving you tentative approval to accept it pending a legal sufficiency review of the process by which, we're proposing. And I don't know, Jeff, is that, would it be enough? I don't want to turn it away, but I also, I understand exactly what he's saying to basically codify that relationship. So it doesn't become a question every time that we look to Light and Water
Right.
and to form that a good relationship with them so they understand where we're coming from and they understand our mechanism to say, hey, we have a concern because we're in the same family. And, the siblings are giving each other stuff, but we're making it seem like it's another family giving us this stuff. How's that metaphor? Sibling rivalry?
Step back. I say, what kind of shoes he's got on tonight. You got the big long ones or the ones from,
Oh, I like that.
Shakespeare's time? William.
What do you want to do, team?
Any comments?
We can either table it. Yeah, we can either table it and ask Adam to go talk with,
I already talked with Tom.
and
That was the same way
It's-
that I did with the
okay.
vehicle. So I think if the board wants to proceed forward with,
so you could have
We
stopped
can't
me.
say that.
How long did I just go on for? Like 5
Well, I
minutes? You
didn't wanna
could've said, "I've already
interrupt."
checked for legal sufficiency.
I didn't want, I mean, on that other one, which is
You're
similar,
the chairman. You're supposed to keep it focused and moving forward.
Yeah.
and I didn't want to
With
interrupt
missing
you.
Information, how am I supposed to do that? Or
Yeah, Adam.
omissions?
Hey, I'm just, I just want the roof. replaced.
So from Jeff's point is to say, our relationship with our municipal Light and Water as a corporation, are we accepting it the right way? You're saying that we've already addressed it with the truck, right? It's funny that the truck's in the same emails, that they still haven't given us. Yep, I got it.
I will talk with John and let him know, I would like to see a formal agreement.
Okay,
We don't have to give you permission for that. You can just.
he's gonna go.
do that.
Yeah. I move to accept the donation of materials and work related to the roof
Donation.
replacement at the Houghton Park gazebo.
So moved.
Not hearing a second.
I'll second it just so we can
Okay.
have something on.
Well, it
record.
would have died if you hadn't. Yeah, motion's not seconded, doesn't go anywhere. So I have a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, just change the word donation, amend it to change the word donation to transfer, just like we did for the truck vehicle, and then, you know,
Transfer and accept.
transfer and accept
Probably even add the
With
verbiage with the
gratitude.
state law.
with
Yeah, yeah.
gratitude.
Chapter.
With the specific state law,
That's how we did it last
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
4453A.
Correct. In A.5 to be on the safe side.
And we don't have to add in Adam to look for a formal in the future. You just.
In accordance with, if they, I don't know if they watch or otherwise, if they're watching right now, we sincerely, Mr. Owl, we sincerely want to make sure that that we're doing this right and that we form the right relationship in accordance with Mass General Law 44 subsection 53A
In A.5.
and A.5. Okay, I amend my motion to read, I move to accept the donation. No, I'm sorry, looking at the wrong line. I move to accept the transfer. I move to transfer and accept the materials and work related to the roof replacement at the Houghton Park gazebo in accordance with Mass General Law 44 subsection 53 and 53A.5.
You're not using the word donation. just-
I took it out. You
No, I said
specifically.
use donation.
Oh, I thought you said transfer and accept.
No,
That's
no,
what you
the,
said.
no, the original motion was written with transfer. And with the vehicle, we changed it to donation, because Jeff was saying.
No, I changed it to
Yeah.
transfer.
From donation
Yeah.
to transfer.
What?
You were right the first time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know-
so,
I
all
understand
right, yeah,
exactly what you
Sorry,
mean.
I'm confused. All right,
Jeff, do you
I get it.
re-second that amendment?
I get it.
I did second.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry. I did
Okay,
not
so we're
hear.
good.
Okay, a motion in a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none on the motion to accept, transfer and accept materials and work related to the roof replacement at the Houghton Park gazebo in accordance with Mass General Law 44 subsection 53A and 53A.5. How do you vote, Jeff?
No,
Harry?
Yes,
Tim?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. So that's a 3-1. Holly, and did you capture all that or? All right, okay. Okay. Next item this evening is action related to the MCPPO. It's a procurement officer designation application. Take it away, Mr. Lamontagne.
As many of you know, I'm an associate MCPPO, which is a Massachusetts Certified Public Purchasing Official. As an associate designation, I can act as the MCPPO in the absence of one that is certified for the town. However, now that I'm approaching my 3 years with the town, come September 19th, I can submit my full designation, and I need the board to sign off on my my supervisory experience and responsibilities. That's why you'll see in there my job description and then all the other for the other positions I've held and the competencies that I went through and to designate the chair to sign off. Since the board is since the board are my supervisors, if you will, they could designate the chair to do that so I could get this in come September 19th to the Inspector General's office.
So based on that presentation, everyone had a chance to look through what Adam put in the packet. It's extensive on what he wrote in for experience. He's got his query in there. Job description for town administrator. He's got the assistant town administrator in there. Adam, all of what is in our packet is what would be submitted, or is it an example of?
There are 2 other pages that weren't in the packet, and that's because there was personal information on those. But outside of that, this is everything that will be submitted.
Okay,
This takes you from the associate certification to a fully certified MCPPO.
That is correct. I just need my 3 years of experience. And that will be coming up soon. Time flies when you're having fun.
Yep, we want you to be a procurement officer, so. I didn't see anything I would want to change. Accurate.
Very extensive.
Thank you.
Any questions for Adam or any questions in the material provided? If there aren't any questions, someone could make a recommendation or, make a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Tim.
I move for the chair to sign off on the related work experience for the application.
Okay, we have a motion
Second?
and we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none on the motion for the chair to sign the related work experience for the MCPPO designation application. How would you vote, Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. All right, thanks, everyone. Next item is action related to the Massachusetts Community College Uniform Clinical Training Affiliation Agreement. I believe, Adam, you said Mr. Chief Dickey is not here this evening, so you'll be speaking on his behalf.
I will. I believe it's been past practice that this has been done before. The chief came in and wanted to double check, and I believe that this would have, the board would have authority to sign off on this, and they could designate the chief after they approve. This is a ride-along program that they've been doing with Mount Wachusett Community College as a training affiliate. And I think it's a good opportunity for them to continue it. Just making sure that we're following it with the proper authority to designate those to sign such agreements.
And I would add that the paramedic program director is our own Peter Leighton, who just received a pretty prestigious award. So I've had a chance to read through the agreement that we've done before. I've seen the certificate of insurance. It's basically a ride-along program. Make sure that paramedics are afforded real-world opportunities. Tim, I don't know if you.
Yeah, part of their, the training and qualification, it was outlined in what we have in the packet. It's moved a little more from just a bunch of clinical skills to where they have to get a specified number of being in charge and demonstrating the ability to manage all the aspects of patient care. It is a common practice among all of the certified programs across the state. And this past year had been a nightmare because with all the COVID restrictions, the Office of Emergency Medical Services suspended a lot of it. A lot of the facilities suspended the other portion where they're doing their in-facility training, doing the rotations through the various departments. But this is definitely where the rubber meets the road. And it's usually where we see the, they're demonstrating the ability to take on the job. The insurance provided is very common. The college is very good with this. They run their RT training program, their nursing program, their CNA program, the EMT program, the paramedic program. They know what they're doing when it comes to this side of it. And it's a standard boilerplate on their agreement that they're submitting to us. We have in fact done this in the past, and I would recommend we continue to do that.
Thank
I
you.
agree. Any other comments? It looks like the signature page, it just requires one signature, Adam. Who would that be?
The board would authorize the fire chief to sign the agreement,
Okay,
but it just for the matter process. This type of agreement, for my determination, would come in front of the select board.
okay, so it's authorizing the chief, okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to authorize the fire chief to sign an agreement with Mount Wachusett Community College to be a training affiliate to take student paramedics to do ride-along time with the Templeton Fire Department.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion in a second. Any further discussion? It's a great program.
I did mention if any of them were gonna work with Templeton afterwards too. They already
Absolutely.
get the.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Pete,
411.
Peter probably does a fair amount of recruiting. Yeah, you know, location wise as well, yeah. Okay, on the motion to authorize the fire chief to sign an agreement with Mount Wachusett Community College to be a training affiliate to take student paramedics to do ride-along time with the Templeton Fire Department. How do you vote, Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes,
Tim?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, next item on our agenda is action related to IT, information technology, and ClearGov. Jeff, I believe you asked for this one. Do you have any? It's yours, so whether it's opening remarks or questions or otherwise, it's all yours.
No, I asked to have it put on because, well, it's I was looking at the information that's posted on the ClearGov site.
Mhm.
And I noticed a couple of things. A lot of the information has underneath it obtained from 2010 census. Except when you look at the home values, or the median home value or valuation, it gives an amount and it says from 2010 census community survey. But if you click for more detail, suddenly it shows it's from 2019. So I don't know which is which. My biggest point was the cost and the availability of the same information in a pretty clear and a more up-to-date setting from the Division of Local Services. They started this data analytics, which is, it's almost in real time. Some of it is, and some of it has to do when stuff gets filed, like census things and stuff. But a lot of the information is really up to date. And it's, you know, that comes from the towns with the various forms and stuff that departments have to fill out and send in and so on and so forth. So I went and looked at the cost. For fiscal 21, it was $6,250. And if you look in the agreement that was executed last October 2020, there's a 3% annual increase in the fees. So for fiscal 22, it's already budgeted for $6,438. That was a $187.50 increase. And it was just rounded to 188 to come up with that. So I just did the percentage increases. And for fiscal 23, it would increase by $193, which would be $6,631. For 24, it would be $197 increase, and that would be at a cost of $6,828. And 2025, it would increase by $205, and that's a cost of $7,033. And 26, it's a $211 increase, and it would be $7,244. And my other point was, at the time of our last meeting, it had not been linked to our website, and all of a sudden it is now linked. So you can click on it and see it, which And my main thing is you can get the information way better formatted than it used to be in past, that the state started doing. They've done a good job, Division of Local Services, their website, there's all kinds of training links, and we could link the data analytics to our website. And there's a lot of good up-to-date information to be had from the Division of Local Services that has no direct cost increase on the local tax fund, because we already pay for it through our, either through membership fees or our local taxes, state taxes that, you know, you pay outside of your real estate taxes. So keeping that cost for that information in mind, I looked up the cost of the town's website, which is mandated by town bylaw. And there's the fee for the website from fiscal year 18, 19, 20, and 21. And you can find this in all of the budget books and in electronic form on the town website. It was $2,500 plus $450 for the domain, which comes out to $2,950. In 2022, the website fee increased to $2,625 and still a $450 fee for the domain name. So after going back and forth to ClearGov and looking at DLS back and forth, and in the data analytics, there's a map of the state and it's got all the cities and towns, and you click on it and a little window pops up and you can look at levy capacity, you can look at debt per capita, you can look at median home prices, you can see stabilization, debt as percent of the budget, just all the stuff that you see in ClearGov, you can get from the Division of Local Services. And I got an email from, it's Chris Bullock. And I guess there's a product updates in September coming out about, and it talks about the digital budget book that you can build through ClearGov and display current year actuals and display multiple versions, default forms available. So I went and looked at what our current accounting software or software system we use in our financial system, the assessor's office, so forth, which is Vadar. And Vadar software, or the Vadar services system, which we already have and we pay for various licenses. It has a cloud service, same as ClearGov, for supposed secure data access. It has financial reports, and it says, you know, available in 5 easy clicks. For instance, like a Schedule A, if you want to see one or create one. And when I was on the advisory committee, we had a license, so we had access to go in and look only at like the accounting stuff and the records and expense reports and all that. And it's pretty simple, and it is as advertised if you have the training and you understand it. And I understood it, so it can't be that hard. And my main thing is we're paying extra for ClearGov when we already have access to the same information on a state site. And to me, it seems like there's a lot of firms and stuff coming out of the woodwork, so to speak, these days. Sort of like the codification service, that if you look at the town clerk's budget, there's X amount of dollars, you know, budgeted for a number of years because it's like time payments. But you have to pay more for them to, when you change a bylaw or add a bylaw, for them to get put in the codification list, you have got to pay more for that extra. That's why if you go look at the town bylaws, you can read a bylaw and think that's the one, but you got to look up in the left-hand corner because we have not budgeted enough money to have that be in continuity. When you get a bylaw and the AG says, here you go, and it gets added right in the list, it's kept up to the top left separate. And that's one of the reasons I was told is we did not, we as a town, when we did that, we did, I don't know, maybe like, I think Holly mentioned it about the website that, you know, we went with the minimum as far as the fee goes to try to keep costs under control, if I'm remembering what her statement was correctly. But here we are paying extra to get access to information that we already have access to through already paid for service without additional direct cost. Is it a nice system? Yes. And I've said this in the past about many other things. If we had a pile of unlimited money, yes, we could, you know, do these extra things. But I just don't think, I think we have more priorities than this item. And like I said, there's a 3% built-in cost each year. And if you want access to more things, well, you know, the costs go up. It's like
It's a la
anything else.
carte,
You want something
correct.
good, you have to pay for it. So I was, and I know December 31st is when the current agreement with ClearGov expires. I know we do have money budgeted for it for fiscal 22, but
Jeff, do you mind if I?
yep. No,
Okay, so you're being nice on, at least on me, from the ClearGov perspective. I definitely hear you about IT budgets, Vadar, trying to kind of synchronize and make sure that we're finding those efficiencies, and we're working with other departments in town to do that. I wanted to offer you a little bit of an update. You know, am I defensive about ClearGov? Yes, because it was, you know, I had I say inherit because I know the board has been shown this before. And you're right, I get all kinds of emails now to say, come and look at this service, come and look at this service. The ClearGov one made sense to me to try because our first iteration was paid for out of free cash as authorized by town meeting. And then we were going to try and add it into the operating budget if we had, and key phrase here, if we had a successful year of it. My public statement for where we are with ClearGov right now is that we're not having a good year with it. It has got stale data. I attended the kickoff meeting. You know, I don't work for Adam. I don't work for the accountant. I don't work, you know, I'm trying to bring forward an idea that we have pitched to town meeting, and they said that, yes, excellent. So from a kickoff perspective, I was right there, ready to go, try to make this thing work from a demographic, school information, budget information, kind of like, as you were describing with the DLS website, a clearinghouse with a very good graphic user interface. I think a little bit better because it's got a little bit more graphics. I think they have the design for that. And I attended the kickoff. They gave us the instructions for how to do everything. And it started to, our effort kind of started to fall flat because it wasn't having an effect on our ClearGov site. You know, whether we were clicking financial transparency at the bottom of our front page, you were not getting as good a data and washed. Like it's only good for a certain amount of time. So as long as we're doing our exports of Vadar, and I did confirm that we were providing exports, that data would then be taken by ClearGov in an approved status and then put into the system. So if I go in there right now, I'm going to see data from 2019 when I know our accountant has submitted up-to-date Vadar exports. What I would like to do, or what I would offer to you and the rest of the board, is to work with Adam on some action items to find out why don't we have on that website what we've paid for. I'd like to see something for $6,500. I would tend to agree with you, especially since this, I would like to use the word interim year of the use of this, right? We initially did an authorization. If it's not working out with, for us, and we don't have data that is distinct and usable, then I don't think we should continue with it. From not only a what makes sense perspective, from a cost savings perspective as well. And just to put a bow on that, and Adam and I have already talked about the couple of data points to figure out what did we have to do to get that data to show? What is ClearGov not doing if we followed the kickoff meeting instructions? What I would love is to understand the DLS website a little bit more. I think, I have definitely done some of the data exports. You and I were talking about 5-year and 10-year projections of free cash and what's happened within our community. I can navigate the DLS website, but sometimes I get a little bit lost for where I can find that information. So I agree with you. It's out there. Our state provides it for us. I just think we would like to translate that so we do have financial transparency in our community. And that's all I had to say.
And just, if I may.
Yeah,
the rest of
sure.
the board is outside. I wasn't trying to be nice. I'm just looking at, because I
But
don't
you
look
are.
at this
Oh,
from, he put it out. she
I was
put it
loaded
out.
for bear and you were nice to me. Thank you. I
I
appreciate
try
it.
to be, I'm mellowed out in my old age, okay? Like I said, at one point, somewhere along the line, at some meeting, I don't use a bigger hammer than necessary to drive a nail,
Yeah.
unlike yesteryear.
Yeah.
And Holly been around, she knows. Probably from personal experience. But I was looking at it from a cost benefit.
Yeah.
And
You got to do it like that. Exactly.
and if you look in there, one of the demographics, I'll say this bad word, is we have about 43% levy capacity, override capacity. That, if we wanted to do some of the things that I'm in my selectmen goals things, that's a word we're gonna have to, it's gonna come up. If it's not just school funding, it's infrastructure, these drains, this, all this stuff, town buildings, we're just talked about the gazebo over there. If we want to keep investing in these things, we can't rely on the crumbs from the state that every town gets. Like 70% of the roads in the state are maintained in some way, shape, or form by a town or city, and we get crumbs from the state to try to help us out. We have to help ourselves out. And that's why I was looking at this as a cost benefit, the information, the cost. To me, it's, and the product, I looked at it. If we're using town resources, employees to ship them information to a clearinghouse, and it's getting shipped, but it ain't getting posted, then I'm paying for something that I ain't getting, and nothing ticks me off more than that. And that's my 2 cents, rest of the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you. Anything on IT or ClearGov before we move on?
If I can.
Sure.
So how I'm understanding this is the board's going to grant me authorization to give notice to ClearGov to cancel, but in the meantime, I'm
No.
good.
That's not what we're saying. It may be a likely conclusion. But first, let's figure out the efficacy of the money that we've spent. Report if we can make that report back. Same, it can be a ClearGov agenda item, but I would like to be able to report back to the board. Here's what we did earn. Any kind of second look that we look at that to say, oh, I didn't realize it would do that or otherwise. If we have unanswered questions, I want to be held accountable for a service that I was advocating for. So I'd like to come back to the board and say, this is what we've got. And it does put my feet onto the fire again for it, but I think we need to do that. If we spent taxpayer money on this, I'd like to see what it has done for us. So I want to find out those action items where you and I can go back to ClearGov and say, we're wondering why this is stale, why it's not using the appropriate census data in certain areas like Jeff was talking to. And then at that point, and within the proper amount of time for us to be able to give clear direction to clear gov on the disposition of the contract. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I would really like to know if assessors, collector, the clerk, the accountant, whomever else, if they're sending stuff to ClearGov, say, hey, we filed this, for
Right.
posting, and it's not getting done. Well, you owe me some back money because we give you stuff and you collected the bucks, but you ain't been putting it on the thing. So that's
I'll help with that.
the flip side to that.
Well,
I'm
I'm just thinking too, because we have 60 days prior to the end. So
Understood.
we're getting relatively close.
It shouldn't take us that long to have some of these questions answered. That should have been answered yesterday. We should have had, my feeling is we should have results way earlier than this for the money.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yes.
if we can get this back on the agenda within the month, within 30 days time, if it's not on the if it's not on our next meeting, it should be on the one right after. And then we'll be able to understand it and make a decision at that point. Sound good, Adam?
It's fine.
Okay. I don't think we need a motion for that. All right, last item of new business, discussion related to select board goals. I want to thank every member of the board that did send in their goal setting worksheet. I was a bit late with mine. However, the good news is we have a lot of similar ideas on goals and where we are or otherwise. Adam, how did you want to proceed with this discussion at this point?
Well, I was reviewing the goals that were submitted. One of Terry's first suggestions were to finish last year's goals, so maybe we could just go through last year's.
Is this something that is this for this meeting, or do we do this in our retreat?
Well, retreat's a workshop, and we got rid of workshops.
I thought we still talked that we were gonna have a retreat.
Or what,
I thought we were.
the cleanest way probably to do it is to just go through what we have, what we want to knock off, and then I can work to get with Holly and we could get the final list for approval at the September 22nd meeting.
Team, is that doable tonight to review the 21 to 24 work plan that's in our packet to basically, you just want us to tick off the ones that we feel that we've,
Accomplished, and then we'll encompass what we've received.
based on the entries that you have already from the board? and
Correct.
any Late ones that might come in.
Correct.
It's Hardy, I'm sorry.
I fudged mine too, so.
Well, it gives everyone a chance to sharpen their pencils if they want to.
So tonight we'll just go through and knock off the ones that we've already accomplished, and then we'll come up with a new final one, a draft final for
Okay,
your business meeting.
do you want me to lead it through, or do you want to lead us through?
Either way, Mr. Chair,
Collaborative review of school district agreement.
that is ongoing.
Next, our AAC meeting is the end of October.
So we'll keep that on.
Yep. Integration of audit to quarterly reports. It's regular now, right?
It's regular and the auditors will be coming in very soon. So I'm sure Kelly will have that within her quarterly report.
Your recommendation is to remove it. We've achieved that.
I believe that the
Okay.
accountant will have that in their quarterly report if that's the goal.
Boost town meeting attendance.
That's been a goal since I've been here.
We've had movement on it. I know we've attached money to it. We've talked about postcards. We've talked about social media. We've talked about signs or otherwise. It's not like we had a scientific study out there to say, how many, from a control group did, responded to the the postcard. Are you here because you got a postcard?
But now we also now have those signs, a lot more visibility where we could get it out, the messages. Because I think before we only had one, now we have multiple message boards. I know right now they're being used for a bridge being out.
Yeah.
And then in Phillipston, and then the road work being done.
Well, in our select board work plan is also a preparation document for you to develop your budget guidance. So boosting town meeting attendance. If we were to remove it, then what is the enduring select board goal for trying to have community engagement when it comes to town meeting? Not anything else, but town meeting as, this is the time when the town actually makes decisions that affect the appropriations and the use thereof. Do we say we will author, we've tried this. Keep a budget line item on there as engagement, as that the select board has that available to them. It might be used differently, but if we looked at this to say, we think we've been mostly been effective by using money to do things that would promote attendance. I don't know. I mean, the postcards cost money. We've only
Postcards.
done that once, I think, right?
I think it's more of the visibility and getting the message out. I mean, you can't force someone to go to town meeting. But as long as we do everything we can for folks to be aware of it, I think the town's met that obligation. Now, granted, I would like to see more folks attending town meeting. But I think we're in a better position where we are today than we were a year ago with the message boards, getting materials out there, utilizing the town website. Steve Castle sharing that information and social media. I think as long as we do everything we can within the means we have to get that information to folks.
So
You get it.
we've achieved this by policy. We've achieved this by funding. How have we achieved this to take it off?
We achieved it by hitting all means of communication possible. What would you say, Holly?
So collaboration, we've achieved it by collaboration.
Calling up Rich Curtis, saying, Rich, but this,
Well, we may have an indication of how we've done at the special coming up, the special town meeting. Perhaps a better indication would be at the annual town meeting when, well, maybe not, will be, on the slide out of this situation.
Right.
correct.
But I think the last couple have been a combination of things. The corona stuff going on, and past actions, memories of things, and how town meeting was handled, like the reading of the motions and combining stuff together and this and that. I think it all added up to the low numbers attendance. When you have 40-something people at a town meeting, that's out of 5,000, over 5,000 registered voters. That's $2,500 ain't gonna fix that. There's something else there.
I agree.
It's
And it's the coordination that we've done with other departments and our own. We don't have a policy that says that we're gonna read them out loud or whatever, but we have a consensus within the board to say this is how we're going to do it this year.
Yeah, I mean, and we have the advice of the town meeting times guide. But I think now with the electronic message board, because people pay more attention to those, at least from what I see, when depending on what's posted on them, almost whatever's posted on them, you hear a comment about it here or there.
Yeah.
And at least, what is it? There's no such thing as bad publicity, just, well, most of the time it's just, so if people noticing those message boards, more than a message, see the old, well, like the sandwich board that were swinging sign, kind of handwritten from the old days.
Yeah.
Those, and now we have enough of them that we can put one in each village. And maybe a couple extra, I don't know, in front of the school or something too, as well. That might get at least the word out. We can't force people to show up for town meeting. We can just inform them of them, tell them what's going to be there, your voice counts, it's your money, you get a say. But short of forcing people, and we've done a lot.
And making those adjustments to the motions too. Now that we read the full motion. Because people were complaining about that, and I think a lot of people are happy to see how we're reading it out now.
So I would say that let's cross off Booth's town meeting attendance, and we've achieved that via coordination and procurement, meaning the message boards. Okay. Moving on, wage study, we've achieved that through contract.
Community compact funds
Yep.
through the state, correct?
Implement annual volunteer recognition.
We do that. We just did it this past annual town meeting
And we achieved that through policy
through policy, correct?
and appropriation, correct?
There is an appropriation.
Sustained communication with NRSD, specifically budget.
Now, when I say there's an appropriation, I believe we have it under employee volunteer, but it's in the budget.
Yes. But it's approved by the annual town appropriation.
Mhm.
Yep.
So I would,
Sustained communication with NRSD, specifically budget. I think if we sustain the chairperson ad hoc meetings, the ones that we had specifically engineered where it was the chair their chair and the administrator. So it was Margaret Hughes, Rick, Dr. Casavant, you, me, at the time it was Carter, and then Phillipston, their chairperson, and I'm drawing a blank of who that is right now. No, it was Kim. Kim and then Kevin. But I'm a little bit not up on current events with what's going on in Phillipston. I know they just had.
so I'll invite you to the meeting next week.
Yeah, so that sustain the communication, those meetings that we had during the budget time frame were very beneficial. The
Mhm.
board knew what was going on. I would come back and report during meetings what we had achieved or what we were looking to do. But I believe that we've achieved this because we opened that communication, and it was not only with the school, but with our neighboring districts. So we understand any concerns or left, curveballs or any kind of consideration that we were not thinking of. As long as we sustain the availability of, I don't remember, I could look back through my email what we were calling them. Because it wasn't like a formalized committee or otherwise. It was basically getting together with chief executives and managers. So I think if we sustain those, then we would be successful in achieving that goal. Open for discussion. So,
That's
If-
coming off.
huh?
That's coming off.
Unless someone else thinks that wasn't a good. This pen sucks.
So we,
How do you make it go on? Oh. How do you turn this pen on? And so that would have been achieved by coordination.
so we're taking that one off.
Yes. Increased tax collection rate within 60 days of the close of the FY.
So that
We're
this,
chasing that.
we're up to 99%
Whoa,
by the last fiscal year 21, that the report that came out. So I believe we're doing quite well.
I think, Jeff, you.
And I believe it was
spoke
100
at length. I think it was a staff, like it was about a year ago where you wound up talking through staff comments at the end. You explained a lot of different aspects of that. If you were to agree that we met that, then how do you want to, what's the follow on from that?
Follow on that is to whatever is being done, and I think the collector Cheryl has been, and us having to budget money to follow through on tax title, and there, there's advertising, and it's a lot of effort. And that's been an ongoing issue with that. If you're at 97% or so, according to the state, you're in a good place as far as tax collection goes. And when you fall in the 95% and below, you're in a bad place. Especially like when Templeton, that we budget almost, we only have about 0.05 levy capacity. I mean, we budget to the max. And if you're budgeting to the max, but you're not collecting the max, putting yourself in a hole right from the get-go. So at 99%, that's a lot of effort, the tax collector. You got to crack the whip and you have to stay on top of it. Because, and people, they get behind on their taxes for a lot of different reasons, but it's responsibility to the taxpayers that we as a board have the collector, and here's the chair and the whip, go get them. I mean, and this is the result. And 99%, I think that's the first time I can remember hitting that percent.
Jeff, I agree. I think what I'd like to do with this one is update it to instead of saying increase tax collection rate, we would sustain tax collection rate of 99%.
That's an achievement.
Yeah.
You can check, I might even go home and do that. But check the percentage rates of other towns and stuff. That's Cheryl really doing her job.
Yep.
So sustained tax collection rate. And when I mentioned
Of
99% for real, that's real estate taxes though.
Understood.
So just
So
sustained
we're
tax
changing
collection.
that, but it's also a good news story, so we can talk through that to say, continue to update policies and procedures. I think that we've demonstrated that over the past year. We've had a lot of discussions on policy, good discussions where we're not afraid to say, Holly, I think you're that what, not afraid to say, Holly, I think you're wrong, or otherwise. That was, just one example, I think, of a good discussion to talk through it, to say, here is something that needs to be more effective. And then from a policy perspective, we were able to say collectively, all right, I think we can achieve what the staff is looking for, but this is how we would like to do it. So a good process of updating policies and procedures.
Continue with that.
Yeah,
So we're keeping that one on?
I would take it off.
Take it off?
I wouldn't take it off because we've got that, don't we have to,
Still have a couple more, I think.
we have more. That
So-
wage study that. we
Actually,
saw,
I believe we
that's gonna
could,
be-
we could take it off. I believe Tim had the goal in there about.
Okay, leave it on. You're just trying to freshen the language there, so that when we're reading this next year, we wind up saying, yeah, we understand that, like we sustain the 99%.
Oh, actually, Tim was talking
And-
about
and we
bylaws. Hold on.
Examine the policies. that
Update
led to
bylaws,
that.
policies, procedures,
Okay.
Oh, you have it in there?
Stay current,
Number 4, my item 1.
reassess, what, number 4?
All right, we're leaving that one. Tracking of issues and meeting items. I've spoke about it, but I haven't brought anything back to the board. I would retain that because I would like to come back and say, here's a tool that I think that we can wind up reviewing. And keeping action item tracking, who had it, when was the last time we talked about it. I do have it. Matter of fact, I will say to you tonight, I will go home. I have examples already in it. I will email the board. Can I do that?
Well, you would
We're not
email me
deliberating.
and I would send it off to
I will
Tim.
send
Will do that
Adam,
to me,
what I
yeah.
have for a tracker, but I would like to keep it on
With
there.
me.
I think it's something that it will be effective tool for us. Chapter 30B surplus policy formalized.
We passed the disposition of surplus policy.
Okay.
So we could,
Achieved by policy.
we were a little bit late on it, but we did it.
Standardized annual public survey process.
That was how we send out the, if I remember correctly, we had a survey that we would send out via the census. And we did that. Ollie, what was this survey we did? Was it boards and committees? Remember how we did it through the census with Carol?
Yeah, we did a survey and then we advertised it on the postcard that she sent out with, where was it?
That was this.
Is it standardized? I know that we did it, but did we standardize it? So we're not going to be
We
searching. for
actually
what
ended
we
up
did last
taking out,
year, you know.
we ended up taking out the policy.
I would say we could take this off as long as we verify that we have standardized it. And so this one, if we take it off, we would take it off because the policy is in place.
Policy was in
I
place.
I agree with you. I swear I remember.
Remember we
going
took it
through
off?
that. It was around, we were discussing warrant items at the same time.
I mean, it's a practice that Carol's familiar with because Carol's the one who called me, the town clerk. So she's familiar with it.
Before you take it off, just check to make sure. If it's not, let's leave it on there and that's one that's low hanging fruit that we can take care of. Because you already know what the process is. We just have to make sure that we've written it down some.
Yeah, let me just
That's the
check.
standardization part.
Let me just check with Carol Harris. I'll leave a note there.
Okay. Cleaning up special articles. Get off the books into a good use.
I think we've closed quite a bit of them. I remember sending that off to the board, the ones that I wanted to close out. I think the only one that the board wanted to keep that from my recommendations was that mini split that we're still working on.
Yeah. I would keep this one, but let's change the language to close out of special articles.
Close out.
Yeah.
Got it.
The goal is 0, right?
That's the goal.
And that would be from board action. Utilizing software for data transparency. Ugh.
I'll leave this one to you.
Is there oh, they got F is for finish on here. I thought it was gonna be for fail.
How about find?
Well, the finish was for the
You know,
allocation of
I
the
just want-
funds.
I want to take a page out of Jeff's book and I like what ClearGov was trying to do, and I don't think that it's gonna, from a cost benefit ratio, but I would like to be able to understand, train, and like I want to learn how to use the DLS better. A goal would be,
Workshop for
I
that.
mean, if Jeff is a Jedi master on DLS.
What do you want to do with this?
It's too bad we
I-
have to worry
think we
about
should
open
keep it
meeting
on
law,
there.
because
Wait
I
a
would
minute,
like
the
a study
Jedi, that's
group.
with the flashlight, right?
How about if we,
Training staff for data
Study group,
transparency.
workshop.
if I
Can we come up
can,
with that?
uh,
Training staff for data
How about-
Training staff.
just software for data transparency and take out the costs associated with that.
correct?
And then I think that would be a fair, and then we could just put ongoing.
Okay. Clear all tailings.
That should be done November of 22. So that should be one we check off next.
Close out.
Close out.
Close out all tailings by what would that be? Second quarter? Did you say second quarter 23?
It'd be fiscal year 22.
Oh,
So by November, so that should be right next month.
Okay.
Because it's fiscal year 22, November fiscal year 22.
oh, okay. I thought you meant like calendar year. Sorry, that's.
But
what I said.
I'll follow up with Cheryl. If she feels like she's gonna get that done, then I could take it off.
Okay. All right, moving into Public Works, Building Maintenance Strategy Plan. Keep it.
Yeah, that's Bob with the
Yep.
department heads.
Clean up, green up day.
Whatever happened?
We didn't have it because of the COVID, but I know Seaman Paper's working on having one September 15th.
So we're working with our community partners.
We're working, yeah, I sent
Kick
an
it off
email out.
And we achieved this through coordination.
So take off cleanup.
And
cleanup.
Do you want to take it off? You wanna
I
keep
do
it
want
on?
to take it up because Lori does a lot of work with it too. She does a lot, the Board of Health, or at least specifically Lori. I know she talks about all of like the, they've done the work with that thing that's sitting out in the parking lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
the
too.
textiles, we've done the green initiatives.
Green
What's the one
communities.
electronics, recycle plan, all of those things, I think that we've achieved
It should be,
for what we had here, clean up, green up day, I think we have achieved. It may not be a day, but there are several initiatives that I think that we've undertaken that has met the spirit of becoming, I don't know, greener.
I know,
For the green communities
Yep.
grant thing that we've done, so it just opened up a lot of possibilities, and Lori's pursues a lot of them.
Yep. And we did, that turned out to be policy, or at least the motion, I think, went into policy for the textile stuff.
Yes.
Or Tim, we could put sustain, continue to,
a few other communities went around with trash bags and just picked up the nip bottles off the side of the road. They got thousands and thousands of nip bottles off the side of the road. That was one thing, one initiative for cleanup. That's something people are interested in.
people want to keep that. Clean up, green up day.
Want to leave it on?
Tim, you want to keep it?
What wants to
I
say?
think we've met the goal, but you know, we need to sustain the momentum.
Yeah.
So how about cleanup, green up day, community services? Working with businesses?
How
Or,
about sustainable communities initiatives?
that should work.
All of these things that we're talking about. So it's not one day where everyone's going around, although that is great. And I hope that there's like some grassroots efforts to pick up bottles and trash and everything. But what our goal as the select board is to promote sustainable communities initiatives,
Yeah.
like we did with the textile thing, like we support when Lori comes in with different ideas. So I think
Okay.
if we put that, it's very buzzwordish, but I think it really does feed into what we're trying to
Well,
do
even
as a
if we
board.
get that grant for the census.
Oh, absolutely. Yep. There you go.
Yep,
those
that
type of
goes
things.
into it too.
I even found another grant that we, in that.
We might even, consider the cost for those things as well, but I think that's an excellent point. We've achieved a lot from that. So let's,
There's a flood mitigation assistance plan program grants, $160 million a year.
sustainable communities initiatives.
Sustainable communities initiatives.
So we're taking the cleanup, green up right off of it.
And we're replacing.
Yep.
Still
You're
community
taking
service.
the dollar figure out, or you're replacing it with,
We'll just take the dollar figure
Okay.
out.
develop and implement preventative maintenance program for major equipment.
This was,
Point of order.
Oh. I'll entertain a motion for the
okay.
select board
Good
to work beyond 10 PM.
Oh,
So
Motion, Do we have a second?
Second.
Please, no one second.
I know, I have a doctor's appointment.
Did you second it? We have a motion on the table to work beyond 10.
Well, that's past my bedtime. Man,
Oh, wow.
I'll second.
Oh, he did it. It's gonna get interesting real quick.
Oh,
All right, well, we have a motion and a
Fine.
second. This isn't a roll call vote, is it? I would think it's not a roll call vote.
Roll call to be safe. Why not?
All right, all
I'll
right.
vote if Adam gives me his jacket. I am freezing.
Adam,
It
give me
is
the
so.
It's in my
dang
car.
cold in here. I thought you had it
Justice.
hanging in your office.
Justice is
No,
wearing
he's
something.
he's freezing
I'm
too.
freezing.
It's like, what the
On the
heck?
motion note for the select board to work beyond the 10 o'clock hour, how would you vote? Jeff,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. We should have
Thanks,
amended it to turn
Adam.
off the air conditioner.
Yeah, right.
By act of the select board, the air conditioner is off. Where are we?
We're saving money. We're
All right,
saving money.
preventative maintenance program for major equipment. I have not heard anything on it. Adam, I don't know. I think we could keep it until
We'll leave it on.
proven wrong. Obtain Royalston Road Improvement Project on the Mass Department of Transportation.
I would leave
That's
this on
about
until it's done.
5 years out listed on the MPO, the
Yeah.
tip thing. It can possibly move up, but yeah, it's there. It's
Okay.
slow.
Very slow.
Yes. But we'll leave that on.
Okay, obtain Royalston Road Improvement Project updates.
We send the updates out whenever we get them.
Okay. Update inventory of all catch basins, culverts and drains.
I would say we could take that off because we're complying with that with the MS4.
Yeah.
So I don't think the board needs to,
the
because
yearly
we have to do it
requirement.
anyways for the
There is.
permit,
Yeah.
for the catch basins.
Policy.
Did we make it a policy? It's MS4
It's MS4,
What
Rich.
you call that?
Yeah, it's a requirement.
That's,
requirement.
Statutory.
Statutory, got it, perfect. Statutory.
And we have quite a bit of work to do in order to get our report in by September 30th.
Improve roads and
MS4.
infrastructure. There's a variety of different ways.
I
that you
think,
can measure success with that, whether it's policy or otherwise. I know you, Adam, you were saying that like Tim had.
Reassess road conditions. Yeah, we
right.
could just change it to that. I'll
What
I'll
is it?
show
The
you
road survey.
the road conditions that Tim brought in and develop a workable plan to repair
Update this.
the ones that are worse compared to the better ones. So
Okay.
prioritizing them essentially.
Update road and infrastructure study. Road
Update.
/ infrastructure.
Update.
Special road stabilization fund.
There you go.
Well, you have that in your goals, right?
I've heard that somewhere.
Yeah, it's in there.
It'll go right, you can control. Insert row. Use the road surface management system to prioritize projects.
We've been we're using that.
That one's coming.
But
off.
I think that if I remember correctly, Jeff could correct me if I'm wrong. Is that going back to when Mayo was here? When he was talking about getting that software? And then Bob kind of
Yeah.
inherited that?
Yeah, that was before. Bob.
It's before me too. That's why I missed.
It's just
I
weird
think
how
he
it,
started
like,
it.
when we sat at our last retreat, if we were giving any kind of credence to the O's, P's, S's, I's, and F's, that we would not have put, we have ongoing all the way out through 24. It's just interesting to me that we wouldn't have had like a implement earlier than that. All right, development services, business visitation, also referred to as edict. I think there's two sides of that. I'm not sure about the edict part of it, but Carter talked about how he would go walkabout. He would go out, meaning he would have outreach with community, much like we did during the pandemic. We would send out letters we would kind of sense what was going on. We would say, these are the things that we're working on. We're working on special projects or otherwise. So I don't know necessarily from an edict perspective, but business visitation and outreach.
I like that.
I think that that's something that is good for us and good for you, Adam, so that we can wind up having like a finger on the pulse, so to speak, of what's required. You know, how businesses are doing with their PPP loans and available state and state, federal, and local resources, really state.
And I think
Federal.
to this too, that we've already appointed Terry is the Greater Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development Committee.
So that's part of that. So we
It's all
can
part of that.
use that.
$2 billion in pot sales in the state and not a one in Templeton.
Yeah.
Where they
So
all at?
Reach
The ones who
an
came
outreach.
before us and we said, yes, do it, and nothing has happened.
I know.
Why?
Business visitation.
We're still
and-
in front of the CCC.
Wow.
Still pending against with the CCC.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Oh.
It takes a long time.
Did you have anything on that on your sheet? Would you want to see it like it's separated out like that, or?
I didn't have it on my goal sheet because I was
Okay,
kind of down on the list, but I
Okay.
that's kind of just thinking out loud.
okay.
You know, I mean, a lot of us has come before this, but what's the reason that they haven't gone forward?
Yeah.
Could we do something to more than we've already done?
Holly, just as a read back, what did I say? Business visitation and outreach.
And
Okay,
outreach.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And we're taking the
EDIC out.
EDIC out. Hazardous waste day. I swear I thought I saw her,
She's had them before.
yeah.
I think she does them every year, at least once.
So whatever we change the cleanup, green up day, I think I'd like to, you know, just basically say we're covering it from development services point of view, or actually take sustainable communities and move it down to development services. Does that make sense to people? Because why would it be under
Well,
Yeah, why would it
DPW?
be under DPW?
When Laurie's been doing most of that stuff from a green communities perspective.
Well, I think keep it under DPW, and I think this goes to is information getting out in the community, because it's not just hazardous waste, it's bulky waste such as mattresses.
All right.
And we really have to start, I mean,
Well, put
getting
so put
information out there.
sustainable communities and then put bulky waste awareness
Yeah,
up in Department of Public Works. You see what I'm trying to do there?
bulky waste in parentheses awareness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bulk well testing.
that didn't pan out.
Keep it on.
No, it didn't pan out, right, Adam?
And we were looking at that with the funding too, with the grant, and I believe Templeton wasn't on that list, if I remember correctly, when we were reviewing through the chair. Remember the grant for the information where they could do the free testing? There's certain communities that qualified, and Templeton wasn't one of them. It's going back several months ago when we
You
discussed it.
gave me the information and bring it with me.
Keep it on.
Should we keep it on and try again?
I remember generally, but I can't speak to the detail, but I do.
I think it was if I remember correctly, it was a DEP grant.
Yeah.
But Templeton wasn't.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. We didn't make it, I don't think.
Didn't make it. But we could keep it on. I mean, maybe next year we will.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'll have to move the plan. A plan and start, put a plan and then a plan in FY22, start in FY23. All right, moving into community services for Elm Street Conservation Area.
That is out to bid, and bids will be due September 27th, top of my head. If I remember correctly, and hopefully we'll get a bidder and get this project done.
If you want it off, we can take it off, or we can put closeout for Elm Street Conservation Project.
Close out River's Edge Conservation Area,
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
perhaps.
Yep. Heroes Park was Houghton Park, now combined Veterans Park. We have a plan in 21, implementation 22, finished in 23. I believe funds were appropriated, or they were for the Veterans Park.
Yeah,
I can't remember off the top of my head what CPC was.
I would have to go
Yeah.
back and look.
Let's leave it on there.
But I think that there was also the talk of doing the park over
Yep.
field and all of that too. And I know it was pretty ambitious. But just, I mean, to me, that's better to put it all out there than just whittle it down and start small and then start adding on, think of stuff. So I think that should stay and
Okay.
until we check. Like I said, it's kind of a combination thing with the veterans hero thing or whatever you name it, and then
Yep.
the original part at the
Okay.
same time.
I mean, we've been making improvements to Houghton Park, but getting it to that appropriation amount. I believe last year the goal was to finish out the ones we had, like River's Edge, get that done, then move to the next project. So we get them all completed.
Heroes Park design. I mean, so that encapsulates what Jeff was talking about, like
Heroes Park
goal is to
design,
work design, yeah. Scout Hall.
Scout
like
Hall will be-
I'm embedding a question in this. Do you feel confident on some of these bids that are coming back through?
money's gonna be tight,
Okay. So
but
do
but
wanna
we will
put
have the
close out Scout
specifications,
Hall project.
close out Scout Hall operationally. Because then the board will have to discuss the uses.
Oh, I get it.
All right. You want to change the dollar figure at all, or let's not approach that right now?
I wouldn't approach that
Okay.
now until we get bids in.
Finalize policy for the use of public facilities.
Oh, we did that.
We have to come back to you with that one.
With the
We
edits?
approached one. I
Okay.
believe Jeff brought up a few things like the temporary signs and everything else. We
Okay.
got to get that language cleared up,
All right,
and then we'll be coming back.
keep it as finalized. Might want to change some of the O's there, Holly, where it says ongoing. FY 21.
Yeah, we could finalize that for
Yeah,
22.
P and then PIF or something. All right, moving into public safety. Add a police officer, add a firefighter. Hey, there's still goals. I want to be able to give the chief, both chiefs, what they need.
Fire chief
Um,
needs 3 of them though.
Oh, he needs 3.
That was the request.
Well, from.
In addition
that's
to
his
the-
request.
Make it sustainable.
And Bob needs 1. Bob Sozik at the highway department.
Again, this is, from us.
I'm just saying by what they were
Goals.
at in 2000.
Our goals should be nested in what our department heads need, and at the same time, this winds up providing the guidance to you from this board to say, go back. And this is what the select board knows what you need. Tell us how you can achieve that. They come back to you and they give you a budget that you then are forced to make considerations.
Mm,
Cuts, moves, or otherwise. I guess we have to stay rooted in reality. But I don't want to just keep them on here for a sake of kicking the can down the road. I want to be able to grow their department.
But we had
Instead of
some,
adding police officers, pretend, it's in words sometimes, grow police officer staff. So
Yeah.
if, instead of just saying, oh, it's $120,000 to add a police officer, grow the police officer staff
then take out the
is a
dollar
little
amount.
bit more creative in terms of what creative approaches can you take rather than just adding a man or a woman? A police officer or a firefighter or an EMT. Chief Dickey, when we sat down with him over this last budget process, creatively tried to figure it out. I'm going to use another half-time person up here. I'm going to do this over here to try and make up hours, just to try and talk about a creative approach to meet what their total requirement is, rather than just say, you should have X amount of police officers. Let's say, what is your capability? So we understand that will.
Understood.
Okay, I think it helps to try and make sure that the department heads, or at least police and fire chief, understand that we're trying to grow their staff creatively, not just by writing a check for $100,000 or whatever it would cost. for them to
And I
staff.
think we added that per diem position in the fire.
That's exactly the kind of.
So technically, we did reach that goal of add firefighter. It's not a full-time firefighter EMT, but we added a per diem position.
And if we're taking it off because of that, then I would say the same thing for the fire department is grow the fire department staff.
So grow public safety staff
Yes. Well said.
and take that one out.
Yep, well said. All right, we're at the end of the list.
And then we'll go through and bring.
Under the notes. I'm sorry, Adam, but yeah, we'll go through the sheets and be able to come up with a list. A lot of what we just did is the work or the data that I would need when writing the annual report. So I've got my notes here or otherwise, but I think it's very important for the board to know that a lot of what we said here tonight is exactly transferable to the public to say, what are you doing? I know a couple of them we were attempting to, just find some words to make them, sound better, or yeah, we did that. But I think that's the proof in the pudding, as Jeff sometimes say, the people in the community see what their dollars are actually doing. Note number 1, I think you can take that out. Note number 2, Adam, you're going to have to update the tailing note there. Could be just, the plan is to finish by, whatever date. Note number 3, just validate that with Bob. Note number 4.
Note that.
If these notes are coming from upper items, Holly, if you're doing the edits on this, can you do the superscript to put where the note belongs? You know what I mean? The footnote?
Yeah, I have to renumber them too.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. That way, someone with this document winds up getting used a lot. It's in the budget document otherwise. So if we just have it footnoted properly, I think that will help out. Working off the Earth Tech catch basins inventory, that'll need an update. Pursue grants, I'm not sure which one that goes to. There's a few that relay back to grants, so we just have to. I think that is update where improve roads and infrastructure, pursue grants like we have for Berry Road. I think that's where that one belongs, Holly. Number 6 goes to update. So whatever you had for improve roads and infrastructure, I know that we changed that. In addition to annual inspections, access to public through bulk waste day. Yep, you can take note 7 out because that's going to feed into the sustainable communities.
Take 7 out.
Yep,
Take 8 out.
8 out. Although 8 could be replaced for who is working on currently working the design for Heroes Park. Left at planning stage due to budget constraints. Where did that one go?
That was for the police officers.
Oh, okay. I think we can update that to provide, department head to provide efficiencies for creative staffing solutions. I don't know where I come up with some of this stuff sometimes. I don't even know if I could repeat it. I'd try.
Sounds official.
It did. Thanks for the pen.
We'll go through all
All
the other.
That was satisfying.
Knocked out about a third of them.
Now, please, Adam, Holly, we were ready to move on. Okay, Adam, please, we're into old business now. Please tell us what's going on with 10 Pleasant Street.
Okay, 10 Pleasant Street, you'll see in your packet, there was, we tried to get an asbestos survey done, and when the inspector went in there to complete it, unfortunately, he deemed the building unsafe to complete the survey. Unfortunately, this sets us back. I could go back and have somebody else try to see if they could complete the asbestos survey. Because we don't know.
You said that's a potential.
That is a potential.
Yep.
I did talk with Bob Sozik, our DPW director, and he seems to think that there could be another person that goes in there and is able to complete it.
In a more thorough and possibly cheaper way.
I hope so.
Okay,
The challenge is we don't know if there is asbestos in there.
right.
And the last update, if that is the case, then it would be $38,000 to take the building down. If there is, they would have to know exactly how much is in there, because the last thing we want to do is go out and go towards the building and have to deal with change orders left and right. So the board could just instruct me, if they want me to get a second quote from another company for the asbestos testing.
And we would ask you to do that, but you're gonna use Bob Sozik to go run that down.
Correct.
Okay. I like that idea, and I've had a little bit of thought process on us and decisions and what's good for the town. So that community wants that house out of there. You know, that's our collective goal, is to demolish that house. The town owns the property. We would then, stop me if I'm wrong, anyone, we would then sell the property, try to sell that property. I know there's some title work to get that sliver of land adjoined to it. So in the best case scenario is we spend as little money as possible to determine if asbestos is present. That then feeds into the 40-ish to 50-ish $1,000 it would take to demolish it, and then we would process it from there. Right? So those are the decisions in front of us. Part of that is trying to figure out a more efficient way to find out if there's asbestos present. If there is asbestos present, whether it be by that quote that we have, or if Bob is able to get us a better quote, if they do find it, the cost is going to increase exponentially. I think you and I were using a figure of approximately maybe $100,000.
Could very well be.
For the very regimented process by which the entire structure is treated as hazmat. We then have to go to town meeting to ask for an appropriation to do that. And, you know, the people in that area are going to say, yes, we want to spend the money to get rid of that house. And the rest of the town says, is it worth it? And we wind up trying to figure out as a board how to proceed with making sure that we are not at a loss for this property.
It'll be worth it if somebody goes in there and gets hurt. Things been like that for 10 years.
Yeah.
Give or take, plus or minus.
Yeah.
Somebody goes in there and gets hurt. Where you'll be
So it's a
wishing you
public
would have spent
safety,
that
That,
100
that's
grand.
part of that telling town meeting is, it is in the best interest of the community from a liability standpoint, for that community standpoint.
That would be an article that's, you stand up and explain.
Yeah.
Explain it at a selectmen's meeting, explain it at a pre-town meeting, and explain it to town meeting.
Yep.
And clear and inside, almost scare them. Because
Yeah.
all you have to do is just look around what happens when somebody gets hurt. What happens? You go to court and they're always after big money because somebody wants their 33%. And somebody who got hurt wants their, hey, that's
Yep.
the way it works.
I know.
So it's
Why did
it's
Tom already go?
very diligent of us to get that thing down.
If we find, I try to think through these things, so if we're trying not to have it as a loss or potentially a public safety thing, if we find out that there is a substantial amount of asbestos and it is going to cost a lot, there is also the potential, I remember during the process when we put this property out to bid, that there were interested parties, sight unknown for that asbestos question. And as I remember near the end of it, there were questions that could not be answered, or there was information that was not obtainable at that time. Therefore, those bids did not go through. I theorize if we were to put it back out to bid with the most information that we had and were attentive, not that we weren't attentive, that we did make sure that we were aggressive in providing the bidders. Hopefully there's more than one, providing the bidders with the information that potentially a bidder would look at this as, I'll spend $100,000-ish to knock it down. It'll all be mine. The developer, they then build a new house on the property and sell it at a profit. That's also, I thought, could be at a potential.
That's the cherry on top of the sundae.
Yeah.
To make that happen.
Yeah. And try and explain that, or at least I'm not in that business. I would, I'm sure these opportunities are all over the place. We would just try and sequence that to make sure that we were able to try that first before going to, I want to get, like you said, they're 10 years.
Right.
We want to be able to sequence this where we can.
If we could do that, and I don't think there's time between now and November to make that happen.
No, we're
But-
trying to figure out the
But if we
situation
could
first. Yeah.
do that scenario first, and if it works, then we don't have to go to town meeting, because you don't want to go to town meeting with that question still in front, because
Yep.
99 out of 100, town meeting's going to say no, because we want you to go try that one first.
Yep.
So if we could get that all set and see if we could make that work, that'd be great. And then if it
Yep.
doesn't, well, then you go the second route.
And we still have to have the considerations within any kind of bid that someone can't buy it for $1 and walk away. So we have to still take a look at conditions of offloading 10 Pleasant.
So if I can, for the fall town meeting, I'm still going to proceed forward with a demo revolving fund because that's a special legislation, but I'm just not going to be doing the deposit portion at the fall town meeting.
Why wouldn't we do the deposit? The deposit, not only is it for problem property revolving fund, which we would potentially have, others. But
Okay.
this is also pending the outcome of whatever Bob is able to do, or we pay the $4,500 to this other company to see what we're dealing with. And that's really the information that is going to help us if we do go to a bid process. I would say still proceed.
So still proceed with the 50,000.
I would.
I just want to make a clarification just because I'm finished up
Because
the fall
town
town.
actually had a demolition fund in the past. I mean,
Yeah.
back a ways, but it's not nothing new to Templeton.
Yep.
Might not be on the memory horizon of a lot of folks, but. if
It
you
might
go-
not be $100,000. It might
No,
be
yeah.
something that is a little bit more reasonable for town meeting. So I guess your instructions right now are to go to Bob and see what you can do in terms of a second opinion or another bid.
If we could get that determination, then it would kind of give us a choice, because if it's not real bad news, just the bid thing would be a little simpler and more straightforward. And that would be the first thing to try, I think. And then if that fails, then you go to town meeting, but got to know what you're dealing with before you can really honestly go out to bid again. Because if the same question comes up and it's the same answer, well, we don't know. Well, you know, what the heck.
So I have my marching orders.
You do.
You do.
All right, last item on the agenda, contract amendment, action related to contract amendment for green communities weatherization work.
The board approved, this is the Green Communities money that we received in our first disbursement. This would be a contract amendment for the work that was already done at the highway garage. This would be some weatherization improvement, installing a 420 square feet of insulation board above the drop ceiling. This is to, so they prolong the roof of the highway garage building. And it would come with a cost of $6,606.05.
Which is over the threshold that you were authorized to do change orders.
Correct. This will, if the board were to vote for this contract amendment, I would like to make it subject to approval from the state. That way we get the money coming in from green communities before I could move forward with a signing off on a contract amendment. So the board would designate me subject to approval by green communities.
Any questions for Adam? Made sense to me.
Yeah.
We don't have a draft motion, so.
So if I can, the motion that the board authorizes
Are you ready, Holly?
the town administrator to execute such contract amendment subject to the green communities state approval.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Green communities money. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none on the motion to give the town administrator the authority to execute the change order of 6606.05 to the energy conservation upon state project approval. How would you vote, Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Tim? Yes. And I vote yes as well. Folks, that brings us to the end of our new and old business. We are at board member and administrator comments.
I just have a couple of things. We talked about maintaining liaison with the school district, especially on budgets. Have a member of the school committee, Justice Graves, not only attends the selectmen's meetings and had a couple of good suggestions and inputs. He also attends pretty regularly the advisory committee meetings, which is a good thing. Staying in touch with this and then offers up opinions or this or that at both entities when appropriate.
And Phillips did.
We spoke to this earlier, Saturday, 9/11, September 11th. Even if you don't go to the thing at the fire station, take a couple seconds to, couple minutes to think about that and the meaning and what has happened as a result of that. And lastly, if you're thinking about throwing a mattress or this or that on the side of the road, I'll point out that Mass General Law, you can have the first offense, criminal complaint, up to a $5,500 fine. And if the official, meaning if a police officer sees you do that, he can not only write you a ticket up to $5,500, he can take your car. It says he can confiscate your car, this, that. So the transfer station in Winchendon for a box spring is $20. A mattress is $55. $75, yeah, that's a lot of damn money to get rid of an old mattress. But when you buy a new one, maybe see if the place where you're buying it will take it back, or think about that $5,500 in your car getting stowed, towed and stowed for at least a day. That's a cost benefit analysis right there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, so it's very convenient that the school committee meets every other week and we don't have workshops. I didn't get to go to Monty Tech because it was at the same time as Narragansett. So the school nurse leader gave a COVID update and she said all the COVID protocols have been updated and they're online, and you on their website, click on the health and safety link. 80% of the faculty and staff vaccinated. They had 85 cases last year, but not in school transmitted. So I also found it fascinating that her position is on a grant. She's I don't know if anyone here on the board knew that their nurse is on a grant. Just figured I'd mention that. She's very passionate about the kids, and I really appreciated her report. So let's see, the budget update, they said the meetings with the towns are going to be determined, so they didn't talk about the ESSER funds update. Then they got back into the masks, and there was an amazing turnout of the administrative team in town. Templeton Center principal, middle school, high school, special needs. They all wanted the school committee to make a mask policy for confidence and for structure and cohesiveness within the school district for all the parents to understand. Did I get that right, Justice? So let's see, that was that. They have a vacated position on the school board. Mrs. Robichaud resigned effective immediately, so they're looking for a past school committee member to appoint until their next election. They updated their bully policy to 4905. There was a few questions on that, but it's all in the right way it should be. The school reopening, good to the point of best was the comment. They gave an evaluation of how many move-ins and about school choice, and they voted to let a sibling come in for the 12th grade. They had an opening. Let's see. That's about it. That's about it. Their subcommittees are gonna be given reports soon, and this, now that the school started, they'll have their student reps there. So, and they talked
Justice
about-
sent us a pretty well researched on the vacancy. So we're all
Oh.
kind of thinking about these aspects of it. So
Oh, I didn't get it.
Thank you, Justice. I'll look forward to
Okay, great. Yep, and he does go to the Phillipston meetings too,
it. Fantastic.
to see what's
Yep.
going over
We
there.
haven't received an invite from them in a while. Maybe we should extend it to them.
We'll see him next week.
Oh, okay. That's right. Okay. Thanks, Terry. Hey, Tim.
I covered everything earlier. I have nothing more to add at this point.
Thanks, Tim.
All set.
All right. Last save rounds. All right. Let's see, our next meeting is
September 22nd.
September 22nd. A lot of good work tonight. I think that's all we have. Thank you, TCTV, as always. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second to adjourn. Any last comments? Hearing none. On the motion to adjourn, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Stay a little while.
Yeah. all right.
Any opposed?
I gotta go get
Hearing
my
none,
phone.
we are adjourned at 10:39 PM.